Americans are too stupid to not eat the toy in the I'm so excited. You're the best.
I don't know how much it is.
We're good? Go.
It's super
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're streaming.
Finally.
So you have the pro?
Welcome to our Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. We are here in the JATC South Building. We have all board members present. Mr. Robinson, Ms. George, Ms. Atwood, Ms. Richards, myself, Ms. Miller, Mr. Dunford, Mr. Young, Dr. Godfrey, our superintendent, Mr. Anderson, our associate superintendent, Mr. Larson, our business administrator, and Mr. Van Coleman, our board attorney. We also have several members of our staff and public here with us. Thank you for joining us, and also to those of you who are online watching, welcome. First up on our agenda tonight is a discussion on options for the redistricting process. At our last board meeting, we created criteria that we would think is important in redistricting. Redistricting is something that happens every 10 years after the census, and ultimately it's up to the county, but they have come to our school district for some recommendations. So I will turn the time over to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hamblin.
Thank you, President Miller. We're happy to be here today. And as you mentioned, this happens every 10 years, and so this is the decennial redistricting of ward boundaries. And we had to verify the pronunciation on this, but a quick query to Google did affirm that it is the decennial, not the decennial. So as you mentioned, we followed the guiding principles. All of these, except for the first one, were set by the board. The first is set by the county, and it recommends that the difference between the largest and the smallest population must be less than 10%. And upon further clarification last night from the county, we looked at all four options that have been shared with you on board docs. One of the options, the red option, using the new calculations from the county, would put the variation on that, the difference, at 10.02%. So if that was the option that the board wanted to consider, we'd have to ask the county whether a tweak would have to be made, or we may have to make an adjustment or two if the red option were to be there. And we can talk about that more. The other guiding principles there are that the board wanted us to anticipate developing areas and allow for future growth, and where possible, to keep current members in their district, and where possible, include a high school or future high school in each district. Also limiting it to 2 high school boundaries in each district, and where possible, and including no more than 2 cities in each district, with the caveat that we want to avoid including a city boundary with only a street or 2. And so those were our guiding principles that we took in with this, and as we went through the process, the data inputs that we used, of course, were the 2020 census data, and the census puts the maps to be redistricted into block levels. So we call them census blocks, and that's a function of population, broken down by population by race, voting age, etc. And when we divide these areas, the maps have to be divided by block boundaries. Those boundaries need to be kept intact. You can't split a block in the middle. It has to be part of that. So it's not just if we wanted to make a tweak or two, it couldn't just be a lassoing in a street or an area. We'd have to look at that to see if that would be a block boundary. I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Scott Feston, our resident demographer, who's not able to be here with us tonight, but this is his wheelhouse, and we appreciate the hard work that he and the rest of our team on student services are putting into this. So that's the process, and I'm going to ask Mr. Hamlin's going to go over each option. We've divided them by color, and you can see on there the information that he'll review with you.
All right. First is the yellow option. And you can see here, each district has a high school. The current members are remaining in their district, and districts 2, 5, and 6 are below the optimum. And I believe it is the yellow option. The yellow option is the one that was drawn that was completely agnostic of current districts. It was just redrawn using just the census data with no historical boundaries for a consideration. The red option, as Mr. Anderson said, is the one that, if that's what was the preferred option, we'd have to go to the county and ensure that it was within the confidence interval, if you will. But each district has a high school in it. The current members remain in their district, and districts 4, 5, and 7 are below the optimum. In the blue option, number 1 has no high school in its boundaries. District 5 has 2 high schools, the Harriman High and the future high school, potential future high school. And the current members would remain in their district, and districts 2, 5, and 6 are below the optimum. In the red option, did we already talk about that? Oh, I went up, I'm sorry. In the green option, I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I checked that, so hit the wrong arrow. District number 2 has no high school. District number 5 has 2 high schools, the same as the previous one. Current members would remain in their districts, and districts 2, 3, 5, and 7 are below the optimum. These are the numbers that were on the maps that we look at. It just shows you the difference between where the population is. That was really, really quick, so we're at the discussion.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
We do have hard maps if you're interested.
In most, every option, mine's still the highest, and these are off 2020 data points, which means we're already clear off. But it's okay with me. I mean, there's gonna be just an imbalance no matter what, just because of the growth of their cities. But
Mr. Robinson, we did look at that. There are a couple of options that have less growth in District 1.
so it starts out big, but you've taken most of the growth out of it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And which ones were those?
So the green option would be that case. The blue option would be that case. The red option would be that case. The yellow option would have the most growth, but and it would include what we call the Danzy area, but it would not include Olympia Hills. Right.
Yeah, yellow does not include that upper left corner of your current district. District 1 is Olympia Hills.
Okay, I went through and evaluated each of the options against our criteria. At least for my district, I don't know all the boundaries and roads well enough in everybody's district to have done that. But I was able to do that for my district. So one suggestion is we could put a matrix up there on the whiteboard that I started and discuss how each one best meets the criteria, and everyone could chime in on it. Does that work for everybody?
How about giving us a minute to process?
Okay,
Can I ask one more question?
yes.
In none of these plans do we have a district moving to add a district to the west. Is there a reason for that? So currently we have kind of 4 in the east and 3 in the west. And the west is certainly the growing area. Was there ever consideration to put 3 on the east side and 4 on the west, or 1 in the central?
As we talked about this and as we looked at this, it's all about where the population is. And so you get too far west, obviously, there's not going to be much growth too far out that direction. But you also have to balance all the neighboring districts. So it's just a matter of balancing, and it was a challenge.
We did look at that, but when we tinkered with ideas of how to do that, we weren't within the 10% range.
So at some point that will have to happen, probably on the next census or
It may.
so. Thank you.
Did you do any maps where the city boundaries are overlaid?
I don't have any.
We don't have those on here. We did take a city boundary into consideration on almost all of them. I'll point out one in the yellow option, for example, in
I have no idea where South Jordan,
South
where
Jordan,
West Jordan ends and South Jordan begins.
9400 South. I know it's hard to tell on those maps. Is the boundary between West Jordan and South Jordan as a general rule. 118 South for South Jordan and Riverton. And then in where it gets a little messy is in the Harriman Riverton area. You'll notice in the yellow option that little peninsula on the purple district, that peninsula that comes out into the green area on the yellow is Riverton City. That just follows that entire Riverton City boundary. So it may look weird, but to the residents living there, and there's a very clear distinction between those areas.
So on the yellow option, District 2 in purple, is that all Riverton and Bluffdale?
Correct. Yeah, there is no Harriman in that.
Isn't Mountain Ridge High School
Yeah.
located in Harriman?
There is, that's.
Oh, there is, I apologize, there is a sliver of Harriman in that one.
So that one does cover 3
It
cities.
does. Yeah, Mountain Ridge High School is right there on 138th South is the boundary between Harriman and Riverton.
And then like yellow with District number 3, is any of that taken Harriman, or is that all Riverton? Because it goes up to Mountain View corridor, and then there's just that little sliver west of Mountain View.
What's that? Riverside? Looks like it.
Yeah, double check on that. I believe that is Riverton and South Jordan.
Okay. But that's what I think too. I think
Yeah. I'm
that Riverton-Harriman boundary is really
Yeah,
different.
it is.
Red doesn't keep
And then area 6 on the, on any of these options. Does area 6 on any of them take in any part of South Jordan, or is it all West Jordan and Harriman with Olympia Hill?
Yeah, 6. That's pretty far south.
So the question is whether Area 6 takes in more than West Jordan and South Jordan?
Well, it'll take Olympia Hills, right, in yellow option? Is that right? Or no?
I think think Area 5.
Area 5 takes in Olympia Hills.
Area 5 is the yellow option.
6 would be the unincorporated areas when it goes that far south.
That's correct, yeah, Area 5 and a couple of options takes in Olympia. Area 6 is the upper left area that's not taken, Olympia Hills, but does have growth in Ivory Homes, that, you know, there's Ivory Homes development out there.
I can't really tell, in Area 1, down at the very bottom, do we still take into the Bluffdale like that one precinct, or is that, straight line?
In Area 1, which option are we looking?
All the options?
Yeah, none of them take in Bluffdale
Okay,
in area, for precinct or voting district 1.
okay, thank you.
So Bluffdale's entirely within
District 2,
on all of the options.
that's correct.
Bryce, do you have any concerns on option yellow where I would be going in, that my boundaries would be taking that corner? Okay.
No, I
Yes,
mean,
it's in all the options, it's, well, green, blue, and yellow. But that doesn't raise any concerns to you? Okay.
Do you need more time, or should we start breaking down each option? Okay. You willing to write on the whiteboard? All right, let's start with yellow. So our first criteria, the difference is 6%. Future growth. Which ones did you say on this were less than the optimal size?
On the yellow are 2, 5, and 6.
2, 5, and 6. Are a little less. We're going to have a lot of
It's-
growth in 2.
Correct, yeah, it's worth noting that 2, 5, and 6 are also high growth areas, even though they're below the target, what would be the mean target. Those areas do have potential for future growth.
And what about 1 on this one? Does 1 not have as much potential for future growth?
No, it has a little bit of growth with the Danzy area, and then a little bit across from Harriman High School, but that would be it.
It's got juniper on that whole west side of the mountain.
Yeah.
Too, and that could be huge.
Okay, current members stay in all these, high school and everyone, yes. Do any of these areas have constituents that go to more than 2 high schools?
So yellow is odd to me because the people I cover are in a different high school than the high school that is in that area. Does that make sense? And I can see that in a couple different people. It's like the high school's on the edge of every single one of them.
And I've got, under District 3, would have people going to 3 different high schools, which is what I have now.
That's yellow.
Okay, and then more than 1 city, or I'm sorry, is it more than 2 cities?
Area 2 has one.
Area 2 would have more than 2 cities.
And 5, right?
5,
Doesn't 5 have Harriman, South Jordan, and West Jordan?
I think 4 does too.
does it go into West Jordan in 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
5 goes into West Jordan.
4 don't have West Jordan, Bingham, and Riverton.
4 just has West Jordan, South Jordan.
South Jordan.
Riverton too.
Where?
Oh, you're right.
Down below the
That
river.
little, yep,
Right here? Right here?
yep, this little
That
piece,
little
right?
piece?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. So it meets the criteria for the difference and pretty good for future growth and for the high school. One of them doesn't meet the 2 high school boundaries, the rest do, and 3 of them don't meet the 2 city the 2 city limit.
Right.
Okay. Red. That's the 10% one. And what did you say were the ones with more room for growth in the red one?
2, 5, and 6.
On the red is 4, 5 is.
Oh, I'm on the wrong
red
one,
one.
sorry, jeez. My bad. Yeah,
District
4, 5, and
4, 5,
7.
Bryce had it right.
Got it, use the arrows.
High school in each?
No.
And sorry, if we're talking about future growth, 4, 5, and 7, 7 doesn't have a lot of growth. It is below the target. District 7 won't grow, and it is below the target area.
Oh,
If
yes.
you-
West Jordan High would be
That makes
mine.
sense.
So there is no correlation between the ones below and growing ones?
Correct. The growing ones in the red option would still continue to be area 6, area 5, and area 1. Area 2 has growth in Bluffdale, not at the rate that the others would have it though.
So 6 and 1 would be the problem,
5 has quite a bit because of
but
the.
5's below.
5's below.
If our criteria is, if you're one of the below and you're not a growing area.
Right.
So we'll assume that if you're one of the below and you are a growing area, that it accounts for future growth. But if you're one of the lower ones and you're not a growing area, then that doesn't account for future growth. So then let's say this is a yes.
Yeah. Although the amount of future growth is probably going to be way more than what we're below.
Yeah, as we
So-
were looking at this, we were pretty amazed at how it used to be a 2% variance and 10% is hard enough.
So raise your hand if in the red option, your new precinct would cover 2 high school boundaries.
I think mine would, wouldn't it?
Mine would.
Mine would.
Doesn't even cover one for
Mine
7 years.
would. 4.
Okay, raise your hand if in option red, your new precinct would be in more than 2 city boundaries.
Is it a concern if you don't have a high school at all?
Yes.
Because I mean, there's a future high school in red, but not a real.
So
high school.
we're talking comprehensive high schools because Valley High School is
Well,
is
red
currently
lights
in
out Copper Hills.
my district, but services the whole district.
Counting a future, I think they're saying a future high school does count.
Yeah, there's only 6 comprehensive high schools and there are 7 districts, and so
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
In yellow, that was my school, in red, it's yours.
And currently, I haven't had a comprehensive high school in my area.
But you've
Or-
got 3 in
or
your.
has-
But I have constituents that represent 3 different high schools, so I try to get to all 3, which is challenging.
And I have none.
So that is correct, is this correct? Under red, yes, there are districts with more than 2 high school boundaries, and there are districts with, so we want to keep this,
Wait a minute, so what's the no and what's the yes?
it met the criteria, no and no.
No.
So it did not.
And
Did not meet the criteria.
so under yellow, how many did not meet the criteria on cities
I didn't.
versus how many didn't meet it on red? So
Mine
let's go with
does.
yellow. How many have more than 2 cities
4 does.
under yellow?
1, yes or no?
What was that?
How many have more than 2 cities on the yellow option?
Mr. Olson quickly put in some rough lines for the
Oh,
cities that you
you are
can see.
awesome.
So
Oh, look at
we got
that.
done.
That is helpful.
Approximate, I'm gonna star and asterisk that, it's approximate.
I have no doubt. I think you did it right.
They are pinpoint
So
accurate.
1 is a, 1,
2 has
Two.
3.
3,
4 has 3.
4,
Here. These are current.
5,
3 only has 2 cities.
We just barely did it.
Oh, wait a minute.
no.
So this line was,
Here.
oh, okay.
Harriman and Riverton need to get together.
They do. So under yellow, everyone has 3 cities, except for 7.
And 6. The 6 have, I can see it, so.
No, 6 does. Oh, yeah, it has 2.
Well,
Well, 1
Where?
because Copper Incorporated.
does Copperton count?
You were counting
Yes.
Jefferson? Okay, then I
So,
always
But the
have.
criteria was cities, not township.
Yeah,
Oh, boy, that's
so
getting nitpicky
I
here.
think.
okay, red?
So and then in red, how many were more than 2 cities?
1, 2, no. 2's a no. 3,
4's a no.
4's a no. 5's a yes. 6 is a yes. 7's a no.
3 of them.
So 3. Okay. Oh, whoops.
So, yeah, put a 3 on. Thank you.
Blue?
Okay, 9%. Future growth.
6, 5, and 1 predominantly.
So no. So 1 has the highest, almost the highest, and 1 will grow.
So 1 is the problem, because 1 is greater than average and is a high growth area. 5 and 6 are less than average.
One will grow, it does not have Olympia in it in this option. 5 and 6 will be the greatest growth areas in this option.
Okay, so then, I think you're saying this is a yes then. Right?
So yes.
In the blue option, 5 and 6 have the most growth, and 5 and 6 have smaller,
It's a yes except for one.
but one doesn't have Olympia
One
Hills.
starts higher, but it doesn't have Olympia Hills. It will have some growth. There's not, we can't eliminate all the growth, but it does take out the highest growth
Yeah,
area.
Ramsey and Olympia and Teton, Jackson.
So it just really has Juniper.
And Scott left a note on this one that he drew it from the south going north, so.
Southern ones are a little smaller.
2 has a lot of growth, normally.
Okay, in blue, how many of you represent more than 2 high schools?
District 5.
Kara,
What's that?
you have no high school symbol?
Yeah, I have no high school.
I think that needs to be considered too, if you don't have any high schools.
Yeah.
Well, the tough thing is that is,
Olympia Hills will have a high school someday.
yeah, but in mine, Olympia Hills is not there, and the bigger problem that I see is the high school resides in an area where the population isn't represented. So, area number 2. Area number 2 represents the high school, but the majority of the schools wouldn't go there.
You could just take that little amount and under.
I mean, I don't think you
The
need.
problem with that is that was not a criteria. I don't know if we can vote on that as the criteria.
And I don't think the high school has to reside in your geographical boundary for you to work heavily with that school either. I mean, obviously in that one, there would be one school I'd work more with than another, even though it's not in my geographical boundary, the bulk of the people in my boundary would go there. And so, that happens now with somebody who doesn't have a district.
Yeah, correct. How many have more than one high school boundary? Sorry, more than 2 high school boundaries. So 1, 2, 1 blue. And then how many have more than 2 cities? Two. Okay, green. How's future growth in the green one?
Districts 2, 3, and 5, and 7 are below the target average. However,
6 and 5 would have.
6 and 5 would be the growth. So it does account for it in those areas. 6 is higher. It's not a lot higher, but it's in 44,800 range, and it does have growth.
Okay, how many have high school boundaries more than 2? two.
I probably,
Always the same too.
Yeah.
does mine look like it takes in some of Copper Hills?
Yes.
Are the red boundaries, that's the high schools, right?
The red are current,
That's the current.
your current area.
Current
Yes.
district. Yeah, but I think I still take in some Copper Hills.
Yes, you
You
do.
do.
You do too, so you would have three. Okay, and how many take in more than two cities? Three?
I don't.
Oh, two.
On Green?
Sorry.
Just kidding, two on green.
I think the run lines.
Yeah.
But-
And South
Map.
Jordan. Yeah. I think that's right.
But it's not quite, not cut and dry, is it? But you brought us four viable options.
The guidelines we, you know, the where possible was, you know, kind of the operative term there. Is we couldn't hit every one of the guidelines in any one option.
Yeah.
So, if you had to divide our district into communities of common interest, meaning the issues they face are, how many different communities would we have in our district?
So for instance, you're saying West Jordan could be two different communities,
Yeah.
an east and a west?
Yeah, that they're facing very distinct challenges. South Jordan, you know, you'd have the Daybreak area and the
Center and then east.
Yeah, you kind of have three different communities
South
going
Jordan
on in
has
South
three.
Jordan.
Jeff 3.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those types of communities do we have?
Depends on what you define the community as, 'cause, like, you could easily consider West Riverton and Harriman one community.
Okay.
Even though they reside in different cities, many people kind of see themselves as one community.
Yeah.
Especially because our schools connect them too.
I'd say there's three in Harriman, counting Olympia Hills as its own,
What's the third one?
east and west.
So I'd almost go north and south.
Well, yeah, just around the bend. Wherever it bends, that's where you cut it off.
I'd say Harriman, Maine.
Riverton and Bluffdale, three in South Jordan, and two in West Jordan.
What's your thought process there? Merging them together or dividing them out?
Well, I just want to make sure that there's not a possibility that one or two communities get overly represented and to the detriment that some get forgotten. Or just not as focused on. And that's what I'm trying to, all the rest, that's what I'm more concerned that our communities at the end of this feel like they've got representations enough, that we haven't carved out some of those communities to the point that they risk not having anybody connected in any way to their area.
I had a couple areas in my current that like that though, but I think they feel connected by just your representation. Whether or not you represent that school or you're there a lot or what, like that, you know. I think it's our representation. I may not work with their school very much, but if I'm out there and talking to them.
I mean, I know at a certain point, prior to anybody on the board right now, Bluffdale felt like they didn't have a voice. So that's what I'm trying to avoid in the future. somebody who just flat out doesn't feel like they have any kind of, I don't know how the Copperton area felt, if that's, you know, at any point that way. That's what I'm trying to isolate.
Are you saying they didn't have a voice because there's only one representative for that whole city, or?
Who's that? Left
down?
I don't know what the dynamic was. I mean, I don't know what the district looked like prior to the most recent split. And so, yeah.
Probably very similar to like a Copperton, a little larger, but, you know, it's small and out on their own, and
Yeah.
it's hard to draw boundaries through that.
I know it's really hard where it's located to do anything different with it. All right, well, we have a couple of options. We can make a recommendation. We can give it back to staff to make a recommendation.
Could we possibly narrow it? I don't know if others are in favor of this, but I know there's one option that I am not in favor of.
We can narrow it down. That's an option too.
Well,
Let's start there. If there's any options that people think would not be good options, let's bring those forward. Okay.
Can I just ask one question? Were there any options that weren't presented that would have been easier, but it did remove one of us from our district?
So my understanding in talking with Scott is he didn't play with it. He used the parameters drawing it. So I'm not, did he talk to you about that?
I don't think that was a consideration that he looked at.
Because I'd hate for there to be a golden option that got thrown out before it even, because to spare one of us.
There was not an option that we developed 4 options and not one of them, there wasn't an option that had somebody out of their area that was even considered, we didn't even draw one, there was nothing developed at all.
Because that was your highest criteria, or just that's how the chips fell?
That's how the chips fell.
Okay.
So you weren't ever thinking, oh, I wish we could draw this, but we can't.
We did look at alternate homes for several of you, and we'd be happy to talk about that.
where's mine?
Redwood Road, right about 78 South, so.
You can't carve me out of my area, I'm too embedded to it.
Scott did say that the red, blue, and green, if you notice, those are kind of odd boundaries because he tried to edit the existing ones, the existing districts, to meet the criteria that the board set. Yellow is a little more clean because he started from a blank map and tried to draw boundaries that met the board's criteria. So the red, blue, and green have odd shapes to them because of trying to meet those criteria. Yellow is a little more contiguous in the areas because rather than try to adjust boundaries, he just drew boundaries. That may address more of what your concern was, Mr. Young.
Which in District 3, I thought yellow was the oddest boundary. That's probably because it was drawn from the outside in.
Well, and having to use census blocks, which I just Googled, can be between 600 and 3,000 people. They're weird. I mean, if these were school boundaries, we could slice and dice it to make it a lot nicer, but
Yeah.
census boundaries are tricky.
Okay, any more questions?
Jason, the yellow option, what percentage of that one is now Riverton versus South Jordan? Is it a pretty clean 50-50? Or does it still feel heavier towards South Jordan?
That is looking like a 50-50 to me.
That's what I'm...
And
To which one?
maybe
3.
even a little more Harriman, but a little more Riverton land-wise, but
Yeah.
number of houses, it's
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
about 50-50.
kind of intriguing.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Yellow's the most confusing to me because you're geographically putting high schools in areas that the majority of your people that you represent, don't live at that high school.
I'm not sure that's a bad thing.
Well, it's gonna be
And for
really-
you, not necessarily for all.
Yeah,
So it'd be really easy for a school then to claim, as been claimed to me recently, we're the forgotten school, because I don't care where you draw their boundaries, the majority of my patrons, that's the school I'm gonna be working with the most, regardless of what else you put in there. So if you put a literal high school in my area, but the majority of my people go to another area, I'm gonna be working with that other school probably more, because that's where my patrons go.
And that's why I'm not sure it's a bad thing, because I'm not saying, this is gonna sound like a criticism, but I think there's been too much of a propensity to lay claim, that's my school, because it's in my area. And I'd really love to see boundaries that actually kind of blew that assumption up and allowed for it to be more of a, well, I have constituents over there, so I'm engaged in there as well. And it's not as much my school, your school, but where are our constituents? And so I'm not sure I see that as a bad thing as far as the boundaries not aligning.
So I'd agree with you as a board member, but I disagree as a patron or a school, because they do see that, you know.
And that's, I mean, where the future high school and Harriman High School are quite close together. And right now, a lot of people from 5 go to Harriman High School, but after the future high school's built, that's going to change. But what you're saying is we should be more focused on where our constituents are going to school versus this building is in my
That's my perspective.
district.
Yeah.
Well, I have that already right now where almost 100% of my kids go to one school, but only 2/3 go to the other. And because of that, I spend more time at one school, and I'm often accused that you're forgetting my other school. So I just can see that being a problem, that it's in my boundary, but I'm not gonna be spending as much time there. I'm gonna be spending my time in the school where my patrons go. I mean, I don't care where you draw the boundaries, and if they're in my boundary and you're in 2 schools or 3 schools, it doesn't matter, I'll go to work for you, but I will be in the school where the majority of my patrons go.
Okay, let's hear the schools that, or the options that have issues. Jen, have one?
I would not vote for red.
And what are the problems with red?
I represent the schools that feed into West Jordan High School, and to not have that representation go through, that's concerning to me, because I have been able to identify issues within the feeder system that I've been able to help remedy with having knowledge and information about all the schools. That's just my personal.
So here's what concerns me about this conversation, President. I worry about gerrymandering. I worry about monkeying with boundaries because that's not optimal for me versus that does not meet the criteria. That's the furthest one from the criteria we gave. I think the only thing we as a board can do is evaluate these based on how far or close to the criteria that we gave does this one match. I worry that if we open it up on a, well, I don't like this one because this neighborhood is my favorite neighborhood and that comes out of my precinct, we're going to be accused of gerrymandering. And I think our only safe ground here is to say this option best meets the criteria? I think the question on the table is, which option best meets the criteria we as a board gave? Or do you now want to reevaluate the criteria and give them new criteria for new maps? Because I've heard a lot of people come up with, well, here's a criteria that I would have included, but I didn't think about it.
And I think that's what I'm hearing is just a criteria that all the people you represent going to one school.
So I think we can safely say, we've educated ourselves in this process, and we'd like to change their criteria and maybe draw new maps. Or this board needs to say, this option most closely matches the criteria we gave.
And what would you say is that option? We've seen all across the board.
Well, it's definitely not red. I think based on that, yellow is the closest one to matching our criteria.
Why would red be so bad?
It doesn't account for future growth. It doesn't, there are only 2 areas in which it met the criteria.
And the 10%, it's over in that area. 10.02, did you say?
Yes, yeah, 10.02 under the county's calculations, we'd have to talk with them and see if we would need to tinker with that. I think keeping in mind what Caleb said is important because these precinct blocks are quite large, and so it's not just carving, it's literally a difference of 13 people. That's what we're talking about here. It's
Wow.
13 people,
Wow.
and census blocks are thousands.
Yeah.
So I would suggest we either rewrite the criteria or we decide on which map best matches the criteria.
Who's interested in
Future growth.
rewriting criteria or changing the criteria?
Can I just, sorry, before we do that, I don't think I'm fully understanding the future growth criteria. Because if we're saying yellow meets the future growth criteria, but it still leaves District 6 and 1 with the major growth.
No, 6 and 5 with the major growth.
Because of Olympia.
They've taken a lot of mine out, because I know
Olympia Hills now is in precinct 5 in every one of these
every case,
options.
Right.
Olympia Hills is not mine.
So in every case, 5 should be the lowest to start off. Because 5's going to grow more than anyone else.
Well, assuming that Olympia Hills gets going, because they're still maybe a year or 2 away.
Right. So my vote would be yellow best matches our criteria. And unless the board wants to redraw criteria, our recommendation be the yellow map.
I wouldn't recommend yellow.
But could we tweak it, or does it have to be an all or nothing?
We can tweak based on the criteria.
Well, if we're adding in a criteria, instead of saying, hey, go back to the drawing board and bring us new maps, can't we just say, well, this would make that criteria match? Because that seems like a fairly simple fix to me.
So go back to yellow. On the high school boundaries, on yellow and red, we didn't say how many had more than 2 high school boundaries. And we do have that on blue and green. So just tell me on yellow how many people have more than 2 high school boundaries.
4 does.
I do. I always do.
4 does for sure.
The problem with 4 is, again, I think there's an importance to having the community kind of stay together. And 4 doesn't do that.
But again, that wasn't the criteria.
I just say.
So are you wanting to add criteria?
I'd add criteria then. Because I think it's really important that we can meet the needs of the schools with whatever maps they're drawing. And there's a couple things. Number one is wherever you're your patrons are going, the majority of them, you should be there. And number two is wherever the cities, you should have a majority of a city, you know?
So your
Maryland covers-
criteria would be aligned with high school boundaries.
Aligned with high school and city boundaries, I think. Maryland covers 3 cities there in hers, and we have, like, just that one area could easily be switched down to Riverton and Bingham and put those schools more in centered. It just seems like what's wrong with yellow and what's wrong with red is the high schools barely fit into the areas. And to me, that's problematic.
But that's assuming static high, or that's assuming static high school boundaries.
Well, not really, because like, I can see in no way in District 7 that we're ever gonna throw the majority of people in District 7 at Copper Hills. There's no way that's ever gonna happen.
But the reverse is happening the way the boundaries are drawn.
The reverse could, but then she doesn't cover that school. She's covering a school that's not even close to
My
it.
constituents are gonna go to West Jordan unless we redraw boundaries.
Okay, so let's go back to the question then. How many people want to revise criteria? Thinking? And then Daryl, the criteria that you would add is what?
Realistic feeder system,
Aligned with high school boundaries.
align with high school and city boundaries where much as possible. Or we talked a minute ago about common areas, so it doesn't have to be city boundaries, common area boundaries.
Communities is one.
Communities, align with communities and our feeder system as much as possible.
Any thoughts on that? Okay, let's go. Let's have the discussion of which of these best meets our criteria. Will you, just because I have to have the numbers up there, will you, so on yellow, you just raise your hand if you represent people that go to more than 2 high schools.
Yeah, I think I do. No.
Yellow. More than 2. So 3 or more.
I said 2.
So, yours, on yellow, is these Copper Hills, West Jordan.
Probably the future high school, I'm assuming.
I would say
District 3
possible, but
does.
we don't know that.
Yeah, that's why when I said.
Yeah, I know 3 does.
Raise my hand for that.
We wouldn't go as far as for her.
So is that correct for?
This is gonna go.
It is global. It's not, I mean, it is, it's already good. This is all.
So 4 of us? Okay,
I don't know.
and then in option red. How many represent students going to more than 2 high schools, 3 or more high schools?
I'm not sure.
Do we have, I don't know where, I know that like the field in my area goes to Jill P. Jensen, but do they also go to West Jordan High School? You guys remember? Okay then, thank you. Sorry, that was before my time and I don't have
Yeah.
people there yet.
None of my scenarios go to
Solidify
three
it.
high schools, it's only 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 of us.
Mine's 2, I think.
And honestly, in blue, I might have more too. I just didn't understand the question. At that point, I thought you were saying how many do you represent? Not how many high schools do you have people going to? So that might make
So
sense in the 3
Is
as well.
blue All right, raise your hand on blue if you have,
I mean, I'm gonna have 3 and.
so this is for blue. 2 people for blue?
And then green, I might have 2, maybe.
Okay, and then green, raise your hand if you have green. Going more than 2 high schools.
Again, it's hard to say because I don't know the new high school's boundaries. But sure, I'm gonna assume.
Right, so just say currently.
So current, oh, well, that changes everything, because I'm guessing.
Would you just put the new high school down?
It's a good thing we don't have to do this every decade.
But you've got people going,
To West
West
Jordan
Jordan.
and Copper
So
Hill,
count that, 'cause that's
and
current.
potentially the future high school,
okay,
in all of them.
okay. Okay, and then future growth.
I'd be interested to know the population of each feeder system. Not off the top of your head, Travis. But it would be interesting to know how far we're off. Is that right, man?
I just wonder what this has to do with legal advice, and I'm wondering why we're getting chirping in the ear.
It's actually practical advice, and it's just my opinion, and I have some ideas that I'm willing to share, so that's why I share them.
But until we vote to change the criteria, I don't know that that's a discussion we should have.
I voted,
But we haven't voted.
but I voiced.
I didn't get indication that anyone else was interested in that, so I moved on.
So if we are not voting to change criteria, the only thing we can discuss is whether or not the map meets our criteria.
All right, I lost again. Does anyone want to change the criteria? Please raise your hand.
Still one.
I'm so on the
Nikki, you
fence
so
there.
should have come over.
I'm really on the fence
Could
with
have
that
got a
one.
5-2 vote.
I see a lot of wisdom in what Mr. Robinson is saying, but I feel like it's also so fluid to say a high school boundary, because boom, you get a new high school and that's completely changed. So that's where I'm feeling a lot of division in my mind. I don't know.
In my opinion, makes sense.
Yeah.
I can understand why you're feeling.
Because this is a 10-year process. And it's very possible that 5 years from now, these boundaries will all look very different.
Yeah.
I just think that one of the key things we are building relationships with schools and building relationships with cities. And so if we're way off of that, just to get numbers or whatever, it hurts our ability to be effective. And yeah, we could change boundaries and it's not going to be perfect. But when we on 2 of the options, we have the majority of the people living in one area, but you barely cut off a different high school than they go to. And so I just personally feel that that's not representing the community well. I don't care where you put me. I don't care where the boundaries are, but I know that in the future, schools will say, well, why are you over at that school when this school's in your boundary? And you're gonna have a problem with that down the road. And if we don't care about that, that's fine, but you will have a problem with that if those are not under consideration.
All right, let's go back to see if we can come to a consensus on which of these options best meets our criteria that we've outlined.
I'll speak to that. My main criteria is future growth. I would like the 7 districts to end up as closely balanced in 10 years as possible. That to me is more important than high school boundaries and anything. I would like the 7 boundaries to be as equal as possible. So that's why future growth is by far my most important criteria. And yellow best matches that. because the two districts that are gonna grow the most are 6 and 5. And so yellow starts with 6 and 5 at the very smallest. Therefore, to me, that best matches our criteria. Is yellow is the best map for what I think is the most important criteria that we voted for. So that's why my contention is yellow best matches that, because 6 and 5 in yellow are the smallest, and those are gonna grow the most.
Okay, as a board, we didn't decide which of these was our highest priority.
No, we didn't
So that's-
prioritize them, yeah.
And I think
That's your
that would be that.
priority, and so that's why you picked that. So if the rest of us agree that that's our highest priority, then that would make sense.
Imagine doing this on a state level.
I think that exactly what Mr. Dunford said is, in my opinion, very reasonable. Because look at the situation that we're in right now, where your precinct is so large, Mr.
I
Robinson.
think you're gonna have that no matter what we do. You're gonna have that, because these numbers we're balancing them with are 2 years old. So no matter what, you're gonna have a discrepancy at the end of 10 years. The question is
It
how
would
big.
be a
is it?
smaller discrepancy if we win at the lowest percentage.
Not really. Let's say Olympia Hills just takes off and just starts building, and District 5 is gonna be way overgrown. Because in District 5, you have not only Olympia Hills, you have Daybreak. And so all the growth is in District 5. So you're gonna have the exact same problem, except a different district. Because all the growth is there. I would argue to say Daybreak and Olympia Hills is going a lot faster than West Jordan.
And you're right, that's, the numbers were already 2 years old.
The
Yeah.
area
That's a true
in
point.
West Jordan doesn't have the citizen resistance that,
For me, from my perspective of representing where I do now, the no more than 2 high school boundaries and no more than 2 cities was my highest priority. Because I don't have that now, and it's very difficult. I'm split in a lot of different directions and have a hard time. It's just harder.
So based on your
Represent.
criteria,
So
what
what-
map best matches your criteria?
Blue best matches. Because on the, we're not representing more than 2 high schools, there's only 2. It's just the lowest number of districts that do that,
and it also meets future growth.
and it meets future growth.
I like blue. I'll take any of them, but
I feel the same way. All 4 of them are viable options for me.
You can add me under blue.
Bryce, is this triangle, you know, the famous triangle,
Mhm.
is that Bingham or Copper Hills?
Currently,
Uh-huh.
Copper Hills.
So this is Copper Hills? Or this
Well,
one?
half of it
Oh.
is, this is Copper Hills, and then this is Bingham down there. Do you remember that one neighborhood we carved into Bingham?
Yep.
That's Bingham right there, that
Or
bottom.
your sister lives, I think.
Yep.
So I would be 3 high schools on that one.
In blue.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just.
So move this to a 3?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much
I didn't notice that before, sorry.
And I might not be, and I counted myself there.
what we need to do is make our guesstimates of what the district's gonna end out in the next census and put it in a time capsule, and let's open it up and just see what it turns out to be. Be kind of interesting.
It'll be interesting.
What we think doesn't always happen.
Does anyone else have a vote?
That's your vote there.
I'm okay with all of them, but yellow's the only one
Can you go back to the last slide that was just on?
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay,
You like
thank you.
blue, but
I think red
Yellow's the weirdest one.
is a weird option.
It's
for
my
me.
weird,
Yeah,
and then
red's
I
awful.
crossed
That's
over
my
3
lowest.
cities.
And I think it's also Jen's lowest.
Red's probably my best,
Oh, I hate.
but it
Oh,
doesn't,
really?
just for
That's
my
exactly what you
area.
hate about yellow, is what.
But what I hate about yellow is what
Right.
makes sense to several people in red.
Yeah. And that's why I don't like red, because of what you said. about
So
yellow.
Tracy, back to you, how high is a priority that each district represents a high school? Because blue's a big no on that. Blue and green are no's.
I don't need to represent a high school.
Yeah, and I don't, as far as representing the physical building is not as important as just being able to represent where your constituents go.
So that's not as high consideration for you.
Yeah, I'd rather have the high school boundaries lower, but that's,
So can I ask why you didn't vote to come up with new criteria, and the criteria is to align with high school feeder systems?
because I didn't, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
It was, I was happy with the criteria we have, the limiting the number of high school boundaries, number of cities. All right, does anyone else want to say a preference or what they think best meets the criteria? And do we want to forward a couple of recommendations on and have staff choose? Do we want to forward more than one recommendation onto the county? Come back to the first question. Does anyone want to throw anything out or say that there's one that best meets the criteria?
I was drawn to the yellow option. I didn't,
Strong enough that I should write your name on it?
yeah, I would be supportive of the yellow option. I like the concept that that was kind of a blank slate start. And I think it created some workable results. But I don't know how we would, I think we present a couple of options to the county. I don't know how administration would feel if we said choose between the two after hearing our discussion.
Right.
That's kind of a no-win.
Yeah.
But I'm open to presenting a couple of options, but at that point, we do remove some level of control out of our own hands.
And maybe on that note, that when we asked that question, the county would like them by the first week of November. And because of their time constraints, they're backed up quite a ways, and with all of the other redistricting going on, we asked them about a couple of options. And they said if we did send multiple options, they strongly prefer that we prioritize them. So they're kind of asking us to
Send one.
send one.
Yep, yep.
I like blue and green, either of them. I think red and yellow both have a problem and I have to, we don't identify that.
Carol, I put you down for both?
Yeah, I could live with either of them.
You can put me on green too.
And me.
Three high schools,
Well, if that's the case, Tracy, you've got a majority of 4 on blue.
I'd support blue over green, probably.
I'd support blue over green. My number 1 would be yellow, my number 2 would be blue, my number 3 would be green.
Why was green not good?
For me, my concern about yellow, green is the same thing. You start off 5 and 6 at the high level, and that's where the growth is. My main criteria, because I represent 5, is watching this thing grow out of control. So I strongly favor starting District 5 as the smallest
It's not that bad, growing out of control. Trust me, I've done it. Yeah, gives you more people to love.
Okay, so we need to present these by November 1.
First week of November.
Does anyone want to now ponder this some more and discuss it again at our next study session? Are you ready to move something on?
I'm ready to move on.
I'm ready.
Okay. We have at least 4 ready to move on. All in favor of recommending blue to the county? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
I'd say nay.
Okay. We can go ahead and recommend blue to the county.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all of your work on this.
Giving them yellow as a second choice? We're only giving one.
No, I would have known that. Anything green has got more votes than the other.
Do we want to give them a one? I'll ask. Do you want to give them a 1, 2, 3 prioritized? Raise your hand if you want to give them a prioritized list.
What would they like, Ms. Anderson?
You just answered that.
Yeah, if we give them multiple options, they would strongly prefer we prioritize them,
Right.
which tells us that they want, it would be highly unlikely that they would not go with the prioritized options.
Right.
I would just say, go with that, and if they're gonna change it, they can.
Okay, thank you. Our next discussion is a review and feedback on AA 419 student conduct and dress. At our last time we talked about this, we asked to have all the information sent out to all of our families. We asked that presentations be made in secondary school community councils and that there be a town hall held. And so now we are going to receive feedback from all of that. So Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hamblin again.
Thank you, President Miller. Yes, we just want to go over very quickly what brought us to this point, just to give us a reference point. As you know, this process began in January of 2020, shortly before the pandemic. We first presented to the board a year later, earlier this calendar year in January of 21. At that point, we started giving presentations to district school administrators. We've also had a series of ongoing discussions with student leaders and student groups in our high schools. In February and April, we presented to GIAC. And in August, we gave the second round of presentations to the board on the topic and got feedback from the board at that time to, as you described, going out to the school community council. We report to the board on town hall meetings tonight, and we'll be ready to implement upon approval by the board. When it came to the summary of our stakeholder input, the process, we placed all of the proposed changes in policy AA 419 on a website, along with a video of the presentation, so every patron could see what every school community council saw, and would basically get a summary of what we shared with the school board. We, staff, members of cabinet, and members of the student services team met with every single secondary community council. In those community council meetings, we reviewed the summary video, so everybody received the same thing, and then we discussed and received feedback from patrons. We've also received just under 60 emails that we've shared with the board that were sent to the dresscode@jordandistrict.org website. When we've sent, and we met with each elementary school, or at least sent the video out to each elementary school and asked them to review and supply any feedback they did have. You mentioned that we emailed that notice to all parents and employees. That's about over 120,000 parents and over 8,000 employees that we were sent that to. And they were sent the links to the video, information about the open house, the links to the proposed changes, and how to be in contact with us. And you can see there, last week we held a town open house here
kind of open house format. And that's what's brought us to this point. And Mr. Hamlin is here to give us a kind of a summary overview of some of the feedback we received, is, in broad terms. And we're happy to answer any questions along the way.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd have to say it was a great experience to be able to talk with everybody. And I think that of all those that I talked to, whether on email or in person, great questions were asked, had some good, genuine feedback. Overall, they were happy that it was going to be implemented a gender-neutral and cultural-neutral policy. They were happy that that was the largest amount of positive was, yes, thank you for making it gender-neutral. Concerns included hats, primarily in the elementary level, that came up. And there were concerns about implementation, about consistency of that. Positive was not only that it was going to be gender neutral and culturally neutral, but they felt like there were comments about the graphic, being able to see it and understand it easily. But great comments by everybody. Our open house the other night, we had around 10, I believe, patrons that attended, and they asked great questions. And we've had some administrators and employees respond as well. We had a couple that were concerned about the hats and things like that, but overall the responses were positive.
Can I ask, did you receive positive feedback on hats from any employees? Or from a...
So, well, and I'm just going off of my memory, so we only got a relative few amount of responses from employees. If I don't want to put a number to it, but it was less than 10 from employees. We had one administrator concerned about it, but I also had administrators that were commenting positively about it. I had the one that was negative
So you
about it.
did have some positive?
Yeah, some.
That's what I
Yeah,
was
some
thinking.
positive. Yeah, and then again, the vast majority, didn't reply, didn't send any comment in.
We did have a lot of comments throughout the process as well, not that were written, not that were submitted in writing to the board and shared with the board, but many administrators were very positive, specifically about hats. And we did have some concerns, as Travis said. That was the, in terms of written feedback, that was the largest concern from employees. But we do have a lot of employees anecdotally that came up and provided feedback in the course of meetings and interactions about it as well.
Can I ask a question on the application of the policy on the hat? So the policy is stated that if it's a distraction to the educational process, so an elementary school kid who's putting it sideways or backwards or covering his face or whatever, the school and the teacher can establish in our school, wear hats during this kind of instruction time, correct or not? Do they have some leeway to?
If it rises to the level of a distraction, which is a pretty high bar to reach, the level of it constituting a disruption to the educational environment or distraction in the classroom, they could ask individuals to not wear hats. If it became a pervasive problem and it was a common problem in general, then that's an example of where the community council could establish some criteria. But I think, again, going back to the criteria, does it substantiate a disruption to the learning environment?
The problem is, with all this is going to be is subjective. So where it could disturb one teacher, one class, the class right next door is not a big deal to me. And that's the problem, I think, that exists no matter what you do.
Right. And I may also add, just to clarify, that we talk in general terms of hats. This includes
Any
head coverings in general.
or anything.
Correct.
Because I think the biggest concern I've heard about hats is actually hoodies covering up the headphones.
But see, I'd see that as a distraction to the educational.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the teacher could still say, no headphones, take out your headphones.
One of the things that we did want to share, relevant development, just for information, is on August 9th, a federal court of appeals ruled that Title IX does apply to dress codes. So, and we just have to be aware that they can't discriminate based on sex or exclude participation based on sex or deprive equal educational opportunity based on sex.
So that's interesting. Legally, how does that work? Like if we have more of one gender with dress code violations than another, could we be found in violation, or if it's just the way the policy's written?
My interpretation of that case, it's out of the Fourth Circuit, would be you can't make it based on sex. It's interesting, that was a charter school case, and the first issue was whether or not there was an equal protection claim. The district court below said that there was. That was overturned on the appeal because they said they weren't a state actor. As a school district, we would probably also be subject to equal protection claims if that was a case that really involved sort of girls had to wear dresses in their dress code, and that was found to, they didn't say that it specifically met the Title IX criteria. They sent it back for some factual, but what it shows is that this is ripe for, there are people bringing this sort of litigation, they're looking to change things, both under the Equal Protection Clause and specifically Title IX as well.
Okay, any questions on the feedback?
The thing that I most have heard is, how do we implement this? How is that going to be shared with schools, and what is going to be that date? Because once the board approves it, then this is the new policy. But what is, in your opinion, the best ways to communicate this to the schools and move forward?
Yeah, I'm going to answer that question in the two parts you asked it. And first of all, as far as implementation, there would definitely be a period in which we would have to train schools and bring them up to speed. That would include administrators first, making sure that we're all on the same page. They then would take that back to their faculties and make them aware of it. The second question you asked is really good in terms of implementation. We've been asked and approached by several administrators that have requested that, if possible, when the board approves this policy, and in whatever form that it does approve it, that the implementation be made effective immediately. Their concern is that we have maybe a gray area, a period in which it's approved but not implemented or not officially began, and you may have weeks or months in which students know that the changes are coming, but it's not official yet, and that would be nebulous for enforcement and maybe raise some questions. So that is a question or a request we've heard on several occasions from administrators and other educators.
So in my opinion, that's a little tricky because we wait for that vote to have that implementation, and there are those training days that would need to be happening before then.
Yeah. Or we could implement it, and there's going to have to be a transition period regardless, whether both scenarios require a transition period, and making it effective immediately, but following up with training as soon as possible and publishing guidelines for parents, teachers, administrators, so that everybody, and students especially, so that everybody understood what the new changes would be very important.
How long do you anticipate that taking? Get all of those materials produced and out?
We could have that in a fairly quick turnaround. We know what the major changes have been. We've described them along. It's just getting that out, the information out, and allowing for some transition times so that we can get the information to the right people, and that can be done fairly quickly, fairly easily, I believe.
I really like the direction this is going. I like the non-gender issue. I like the parent-centric part of it. The part that I'm having real hesitation with is the school administration being responsible for the implementation and enforcement of this policy. And I'm wondering if we should supply them with a little more direction, if you will, in that area. Maybe something more that they could depend on to actually enforce. That's my hesitation at this point.
And I think that's the point that I have is, I'm most interested to know if an administrator thinks this policy is easier or harder to implement. And I don't know if I have a good picture of that yet, you know, because ultimately it comes down to, we can write the policy, but they've got to put it into action. And which is gonna make, you know, what are the changes that's gonna make their job a little easier?
So I've heard from a couple administrators before and after you guys supplied the graphic of the student. Before you supplied that, I was hearing, I would really love to see something that shows us a guideline. After I'd heard, we appreciate the fact that that has been provided. And I'm trying to think, it's not just in the area that I represent, but in several different areas I've heard that. So I think, does that help in what you're saying?
Well, it definitely helped. The graphic helped a ton. I still think we need to supply administration with some kind of maybe guidelines, if you will, or something that helps them with enforcement. I just don't think there's enough there yet.
The administrators that I've talked to, it's about a 50-50 response. I think these guidelines, though, are pretty specific. And I don't know what more we could provide. Anyone else have any input on this?
So when you hear 50-50, what's the negative?
Just as far as being able to implement and enforce this, is it easier or harder? The vibe I'm getting is about the same. It could be easier in some areas and harder in other areas, and
So is it just possible that no matter what the policy is, it's gonna be hard to implement?
I don't think there's a perfect dress code policy.
I think what it boils down to is someone has to call a student out. What you're wearing is inappropriate, and it's that human connection barrier that's the problem. Someone has to say, whether it's this criteria or that one, whether it's this standard, someone has to be the bad guy that says what you're wearing is inappropriate and I need to enforce a policy.
And in our society today, that can be very negative, but where we put the power in administrators and parents to work together, then maybe that's the solution. On paper, the policy looks great. But the policy can be changed. You can always move it back. But.
Well, that's the other thing that's interesting about this. We have a policy and we have guidelines.
Yeah.
Guidelines can be changed easier than policies can be changed.
Good point.
And in this, you know, I think someone said when I was reading through all the comments, don't let good get in the way of perfect. And that really resonated with me. I think this is good. I think this is definitely, you know, moving in the right direction.
It's definitely better.
And I don't think there is a perfect.
It's better than it's been. We're making some needed changes.
Right.
And I can't blame this current policy because it isn't a perfect system.
Is everyone comfortable moving forward as is with this policy? Raise your hand if you are. 5 of us?
5.5.
5.5? Do you want to comment on anything, Mr. Robinson?
No, I'm just I'm not opposed going forward, I just think that, again, that missing piece of talking to administration, I guess in a perfect world, I'd love to survey them anonymously and just see what they have to say. That's probably for me the one missing piece that I have talked to them, but sometimes they'll say to me and to their administration, they'll say one thing, but they're feeling something differently. So that's the only missing piece for me, and if others feel that that's important, then that's great, and if not, then I would support the rest of the board.
Okay, if the board's ready to move forward on this, that would be the next question is, what is the next step? Do you want to vote at this next board meeting? Do you want to hear public comment, vote at the board meeting after? And do you want to solicit any more feedback? Those will be 3 questions.
3 questions is right, loaded questions. I would like to see a little more feedback from our administration. That's why I'm holding out a little.
I'll second that.
In what form? How would you like that to happen?
I don't know, we leave that up to Dr. Godfrey, I would assume.
I would go with anonymous survey.
Now, just to point out, I asked for that months ago.
Right.
And so I'm assuming that that has happened, that we have heard from administrators. So,
Well, we went to school community council meetings, right?
Right.
Which is where administration was, and we gave them all the email.
I'm not sure if an administrator felt uncomfortable with the policy if they would voice it in front of the community council.
then that's on them.
But it might be
They
on
have
them,
the
but
email though.
We also met.
You had a window to speak, and if you didn't speak, then how can I vote?
yeah.
We did meet with all the principals and assistant principals on this as well, individually without any community members present.
Oh, you did.
And what was overall positive then?
Overall positive.
And I'm comfortable with the other meetings.
Okay, is everyone ready to, I guess let's ask the first question. Does anyone want to solicit further feedback? Yep. 2
Well,
people, does anyone else want to?
if indeed that has happened, which I'm assuming from what you've said it has,
Much of
You've
the
had
committee was, right?
pretty-
Much of the committee was made up of administrators.
The committee was comprised of administrators, yes.
and I'll finish with, and if you've had pretty positive feedback from that, then I'm okay.
Yes,
That was my biggest worry.
as we've mentioned, there was some concern voiced, but the majority, I would say even the consensus was that this is a step in the right direction, acknowledging that it's not perfect, but it is a better, clearer policy than it was.
Okay, so we don't have a majority that want more feedback. Is everyone ready to vote on this at our meeting in 2 weeks?
So the only, and I wasn't sure if this is what you meant by feedback. Do we get a sense that this will elicit significant public comment in our public comment period?
And that is one question I had too. We can put it on our agenda. When it's on our agenda for a vote, we have public comment. And if there were, so we have a couple ways of handling it. We can put it on our agenda for a vote. And if we get a lot of public comment, we can table that vote and not vote that night. Or we can just set it up to get public comment one night and a vote the second night.
I think I would probably prefer to do option A of what you mentioned, just because we have given the opportunity for public
I
comments.
was just going to say the same
emails.
thing. Well, and the town halls,
And the town halls.
which were not very well attended, unfortunately.
Do you have a preference, Mr. Young, on which way you would handle that?
There's always the optic that if we have the public hearing and go ahead with the vote that same night, the accusation can always be made that why did we have the public input? We had our minds made up anyways. So, I do like the idea of giving us the opportunity to demonstrate that we're giving the consideration over to time period. So I like the idea of, if we want to put it on the agenda to vote, and if we have significant feedback, it can get tabled for another period and make that decision. I like having that option. And if we don't get anybody, then we can move forward.
Then we just vote. Raise your hand if you're in favor of putting it on our next agenda for a vote. Okay. Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Robinson? Just smile.
I just agree with Matt. I think that maybe a public hearing next time and approve it after, but I'm okay with the vote also.
I just feel like, first of all, a huge thank you to those who pounded the pavement and went to all of those school community council meetings. I think we have gone above and beyond at trying to solicit public opinion and comments. And so, thank you for doing the hard work. That was extraordinary and so welcome. I think our communities really appreciated it.
So I guess the next question would be, do we ask them to move forward with the training and this sending of information? I'm nervous about that.
Yeah, let's address that. So what would be the board's recommendation on when this would be effective, regardless of whether the vote's in 2 weeks or whether it's in 4 weeks? Would you want it effective immediately after the vote?
Yes.
Or would you like it effective at a later date? Raise your hand if you want it effective immediately after the vote. Okay. So.
But I don't think they have to do a bunch of training before. I think that they can do the training after. I think that'll be a process of moving it along.
And
because it could fail on the vote. I mean, we're assuming that it'll pass. But
so they can move ahead with developing the materials and having as much ready as possible to be sent out immediately following the vote. Dr. Godfrey, does that work, or do you have any input on that?
I think we've been given reasonable assurance that putting effort into preparing materials for parents and employees will not be a wasted effort, so.
And even if we hold the vote and end up making a little change, I still think it would be a wasted effort.
Yeah, we'll prepare to get the word out and to edit if necessary.
Okay. Okay, everyone's good with that? Do you have the direction that you need, Dr. Godfrey?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I would echo what Ms. George said. I appreciate everyone who made the effort to not just prepare the video, but also to be there in person to answer questions at our secondary school community councils. It was a tremendous effort to be there in person at every secondary school community council within a short period of time.
I know there were several nights where there were several meetings. Do you know what night had the most meetings in one night?
There was September 22nd and 23rd, that Tuesday and Wednesdays, we had 7.
A lot.
On each night.
Wow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And for putting on the town hall also, and for forwarding all the comments that came, and setting up that separate email so that people could comment to us. And thank you to all those from the public who have put in comments, and I've also received just several emails individually from people also.
me too.
So appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, next up is an update on administrative policy DP 380, maternity and parent leave. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. This is, of course, a very new policy, and with any new policy, once you apply it, then you talk about all of the situations that it has to cover and whether it does so adequately. And I spoke with an employee that I think emailed the board, had a great conversation with her about her situation, And I wondered if I could just talk with the board a little bit about interpretation of this policy and what level of flexibility we have. There are some medical circumstances surrounding a child's birth that may require that leave to be broken up a little bit. It says continuous. Does the board think that it's appropriate for us to allow for an exception to that based on a physical medical circumstance? Is there any concern about that? As I talked with her, I think just being able to talk with our Human Resources Department about that level of flexibility would help us meet the needs of employees in some rare circumstances in the future.
I'm open to that.
I think there should be the flexibility there. My concern is if the policy says 6 consecutive weeks when the child is born, that some employees might not even ask, because that's what the policy says, or that Human Resources will say, nope, that's what the policy says.
Well, there's in other areas of leave policy, there are some phrases that allow for some flexibility depending on individual family circumstances. Would the board be open to adding a phrase along those lines? I don't think it's something that we need to do immediately. We can do it over the next few meetings, bring it back in another study session and vote at the end of November. Just adding a few words that give some latitude for extraordinary medical circumstances, would that be appropriate?
Yeah,
Yes.
we want the policy to help people, so.
Okay.
I would even consider just taking out to be used beginning when the child is born. I don't know why we would need to qualify that.
Each of those phrases comes from a circumstance that we're trying to clarify. I think if we added that additional phrase, that would allow for the needed flexibility. With the heads that, it seems that there's general interest in my bringing back a draft that addresses that issue. So we'll do that in the next couple of meetings, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
From the email that we all received, I got the impression, of course, that she was frustrated with parts of the policy and how it applied to her situation. But I also got the impression that she was quite frustrated with HR. Do you know what happened or why?
I don't want to get into any
Right,
individual
nothing specific.
competence or
Right, no.
any.
I'm just wondering if there's something we need to put in here that would be helpful.
I think
I think what I'd emphasize is that, and my suggestions aren't centered on an individual employee, but I reference that because it was a recent example.
Right.
But I think there are some other circumstances where just a few extra words added to the policy could allow for some flexibility without necessarily resulting in a broad interpretation of that policy that wouldn't be aligned with the board's intent, so.
Okay.
Okay, so is everyone in favor of having Dr. Godfrey bring back a draft with some potential phrasing added to the policy?
Yes.
Okay, that looks like everyone is. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next up is an update on our pandemic response. Dr. Godfrey.
Okay, thank you. I, first of all, just want to talk a little bit about the funding that we've received. We submitted the ESSER 3 plan that the board approved. We have not yet received approval for that plan, so we're still spending down the ESSER 2 funds, and I'll give an update to the board once that's approved. And we're moving forward with that plan. I have met with Mr. Larson to put together a team to work on the RFP to start to get the audio and video into classrooms that the board approved, plan for which the board approved. We're really hoping to expedite that now that we have the money and the direction we want to, well, we assume we'll get the money, but we want to move on that quickly. We'll put some people on the team that have worked with some systems at the school level that know some of the specific needs based on their own experiences. And so we look forward to that process.
What do you mean by expedite? What would be your expectations as to when that, or your hope?
I'm going to try to get John in my peripheral vision here, but I would really love to have a whole lot of construction happening this summer to get things underway. I'd love to start the fall with lots of equipment in our schools. And I don't know if we can start earlier than that. I don't know how disruptive it is, but as soon as possible. And, you know, if we can start on breaks and weekends and evenings before then, I just want to get it done as quickly as possible because I know supply chain can be an issue, and there's a whole process of now knowing what we have available and making educators aware of the equipment that they can request for their classroom. And as we talked about, we need to get training in place. So I really want to get a vendor chosen quickly within a short period of time so that we can get all of the logistics in place and the training in place. There will need to be training this summer. I'm worried about doing training any earlier than that. And I think there needs to be training based on the feedback that I received from teacher groups that I met with. There ought to be training not just on video but on audio as well to maximize the use of the audio. And that wouldn't have to be a long training, that could probably even be in a faculty meeting. But I think that sometimes technology that's at our fingertips gets underused if we don't have a little bit of training or haven't taken a little time to think through how to use it most effectively, or even to understand the ways in which it can impact learning. But
Then this would be a large enough bid that the actual approval of the bid would come back to the board?
It will come back to the board, absolutely.
When would you anticipate we would see it?
John, what's a reasonable timeline for that? I'm a 13 items or less express lane on this. I'm going to say beginning of 2022.
Like January of 2022?
Yeah. It's a lot of money, and we want to be sure we've got the right systems and requirements in place. We have to give a period of time for vendors to respond. We want to get the best deal, the best equipment.
And I would add the best support.
Right.
I would rather see us pay more for something that's going to be well supported and implemented through the company that we go with. And I'd like to hear how they're going to provide that support.
And that's where writing a really good RFP comes in.
Exactly.
Because if you write a really good RFP, then you can move quickly through the process because you know what you're looking for.
And so for me to approve that, I would want to hear more than a bottom line number. I'd like to hear, like, yeah, this is more, but here's what they're offering our district that others aren't.
Right. And I think the mistake that not just we have made, but everyone makes in education generally is there's an idea, there's equipment, there's a program, but there isn't adequate time given to learn about it, get training, spend some time with it, and make it a part of what you do. And teachers are strapped for time, all of our educators are, so that's an important component for me, is what level of support can whatever company we choose provide, and what support can we get in place so that we train our folks to be ready to be very helpful in making the most of the equipment that's purchased.
So January of 2022, that's when we can expect to see it.
That's my goal, yes. How does that sound to you in terms of fast versus slow?
Well, tomorrow's not a possibility, then we'll take.
Tomorrow's not a possibility. I'm trying to be realistic and fast at the same time.
But if tomorrow were a possibility, then January would not be as appetizing. And I get that. I get that there's a right way to do it. And let's do it the right way, but let's do it the right way as quickly as we can.
Right.
I mean, I think given your training desires, your supply chain concerns, I would be really worried if it was any later than January.
Okay. The other question on, sorry, I went to the future. I went to January 2022 for a second there.
Come back to October.
That's right. When we come back to, isn't it strange that we only have 4 more meetings in 2021? Seems like 2020 is just still right over my shoulder a little bit.
Just saying it is a problem because every time I hear 2021, I think 2020 was victorious. So the quicker we can end 2021 and say 2020 failed, or...
For a while, it's going to sound like we're trying to remember what year it is. 2022? Oh, 2020, yeah, 2020. Okay. The other question that came up is we have sent out a couple of letters based on the board's request that we send that out once we get to 15 cases at the elementary level. There are times when we've gotten to the 15 threshold, but we knew we were going to drop off quickly, so we contacted a board member for that area just to make you aware. You may see 15, but it's going to drop back, and so we aren't going to send that letter out right away. The board gave us some discretion on how to implement that exactly. We have had a couple of schools pop up where there was a concentration of cases within an individual class. And I wanted to ask the board if you had any interest in making testing available before or after school for members of an elementary class, for example, where the numbers were high. We contact parents, of course, anytime that happens. That was a request from the county, would you like us to provide testing for this class? So I wanted to bring that back because that was a circumstance that we hadn't discussed in particular. We had one class that had 6 cases, I believe. Is that right? Plus the teacher. So that was a total of 7. That's when the question was asked, should we do some testing before or after school for the convenience of families? Because they may be worried given the fact that so many cases popped up in that one class. Any thoughts about how?
Meaning make it available, or we're going to actually impose a test to stay on a grade?
Make it available. No test to stay.
And in this case, they were only asking for that particular class because there were 6 students that had gone out. Each one of them kind of picked off about 3 other students for quarantine and so forth. And so it was a majority of the class that ended up being quarantined on that. So they just wanted to send it out to that particular class, not the grade level, not the school.
So those testings cannot be done without parental permission, correct?
Signed per parent consent.
I just wanted to get that on record.
Signed parent consent, but parents don't have to be present.
Yeah, at the elementary level, they would probably be present, but we haven't done it at the elementary level, so the signed parent consent is all that the county requires, that the law requires.
Would the testing be during school hours or before or after school?
We wouldn't do it during school hours just because of the concerns that it would highlight those who did and did not test. And that's a concern the board expressed last year, and we don't want to put anyone in that circumstance. But making it convenient before or after school is what we have considered.
I'm okay with allowing that.
It would also be a rapid test, not a PCR.
So last year, when we were dealing with all sorts of quarantines, we gave the superintendent flexibility to handle classroom situations and
Smaller than the school level.
and make those decisions. I think we need to give that same flexibility of dealing with if there's high concentrations in a classroom, to work with the health department and be able to move forward on how to handle that situation.
I would be in support of that.
Okay. So have I stated that clearly enough? Is everyone in favor of giving the superintendent flexibility to handle smaller outbreaks than the full school, like class or grade outbreaks, and working with the health department and doing possible testing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, looks like everyone is. Is there any other flexibility that you need?
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other pandemic update questions?
Is it doing a fantastic job? Thank you.
Just like for the last year and a half, everyone's working really, really hard. Every single employee.
They are.
Any news on delays with contact tracing? I know several of our teachers mentioned concerns with it again at our LEAC meeting.
We keep working with the county. We send an early notice if there's been an exposure at all in the class to be sure that everyone's on notice and get the more specific information as quickly as we can. All I can say is that that process continues to be honed and adjusted, and I think it continues to improve.
Exactly. The other thing I'd add is some of the delays are in part due to staffing at the county level. They've had some turnover. We have a new contact. She's wonderful, and they've trained, brought in a whole new batch of people and have been training them. And so we have seen quicker turnaround times over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. So that's improved. There is still some lag time. There are a lot of factors in that, but I think overall it's improved.
I think it's helpful for teachers to hear that we're still working on it, we're still improving it.
Right, absolutely.
Do you think there's any kind of communication that needs to be sent out to educators from the board, just in reference to the pandemic response? We did hear a lot in the LEAC meeting that people feel like or educators feel like we have moved forward, and they are very much in the pandemic concerns and issues. Is there anything that you need from this board to help the educators feel more supported?
Not that I can specifically think of at this moment. I just think whenever we do communicate, we have to be cautious not to make it appear that we think the pandemic is in the rearview mirror. We're just in a different phase of managing that. And as the weather gets cooler and, more people are spending time indoors and together, and we just have to be aware that through the seasons things can shift, over time things can shift. So we just don't ever want to give the feeling that we've moved on, because I really don't feel like we have. We're still very focused on that. But I think any encouraging message that acknowledges the hard work that everyone's doing and the added layer of responsibility and worry that this creates for everyone is always welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm curious about those who quarantine and by choice come back with a mask. Are we finding that that is the case? Are they staying masked? How many are choosing to quarantine by coming back with a mask? I'm just curious to know how that's happening, that's working.
I'll ask Mr. Anderson to respond to this as well, but I think that I'm aware of circumstances where families have chosen both options. That some families choose to send their child to school and wear a mask, and some choose to keep their child at home. Those who choose to wear a mask continue to wear the mask generally as asked. There are a few rare cases where that hasn't happened, but we've been able to work effectively with families to manage those circumstances.
Yeah, and only echo that a vast majority are choosing to come back to school. Some have kind of done a hybrid where they'll keep them home for a couple of days just to monitor and then send them back to school with a mask. The enforcement is much easier at the elementary level where they have a single class that they're working with versus the secondary.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, and thank you. There still is a lot of work going into managing this, and a lot of work being done at the district level and the school level. Our custodians still with doing their extra cleanings, and just a lot of efforts being done, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more policy before a break. Is everyone okay? All right, continued discussion on proposed updates to board policy GP 111, types of meetings. This we've discussed at our last couple of study sessions. There's a change to the policy to allow the board to meet electronically if needed. We gave ourselves that opportunity, but that sunsetted and was over with in June. So this is adding it to the policy, and then also allowing individual board members to participate electronically. And these are both when extenuating circumstances prevent board members or the board from meeting physically. The plan is to vote on this at our next business meeting in 2 weeks, and just brought it forward one more time to see if there's any additional feedback or thoughts on this policy.
I just have a question on letter D that got taken out. So D, the prayer. I'm just curious why that went away. Are we intending to change the first meeting of the year?
No, it was duplicate. It's over in GP 104.
Thank you.
And we thought it didn't make sense to have it in here because it sounded like a separate meeting. We have special board meetings, we have organization meetings, we have study sessions, and our organization meeting is not actually a type of meeting. So we didn't think it fit in the type of meeting policy. But yes, it's still in 104 that it would be held, the first meeting in January. Any other feedback or questions?
Just the S in item C is not supposed to be crossed out, is that correct? Time and date of a special board meeting.
Oh, in letter C?
Yeah. You don't want a special.
No.
We don't want any special meetings.
They're saying it needed to be.
It needs to be capitalized, yeah. Okay, anything else? All right, is everyone ready to move this forward onto the agenda in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That is a majority. All right. Let's take a break for 20 minutes. We'll meet back up here at 6:30.
Right? Oh my God.
What, Jen?
Oh.
I should look at that.
Yeah.
My problem is time.
Some hotels will allow you to park your car there,
Really?
and it's cheaper than the airport, and you just pay hotel.
So interesting.
Beyond.
Well, so we're doing, oh, is it time?
All right, welcome back to our study session. We are now on item F, Riverton City CRA Project Partnership. We have received some additional information on this, and Riverton City wants more time to discuss it. Can I get a motion to table this?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to table this issue until Riverton City, who has reached out to us, could have more time to research their project.
And can I get a second to that? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to the motion to table? Okay, all in favor of tabling this item, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that item is tabled. Our next item is a discussion on addressing deficit spending. For the past few years, our expenditures have exceeded our revenue. We were able to do that because of a healthy fund balance, but that is dwindling and may no longer be the case. So we've asked Finance Committee to bring ideas on how to eliminate our deficit spending. So we will turn the time over, start with Ms. Richards.
Yes, thank you. The bond committee requested that the finance committee discuss our spending and come up with maybe some ideas to address the issue. And on board docs, you see the kind of the list that we came up with, and it's categorized in red, yellow. Actually, there's a little orange one and a red one. And that's what the Finance Committee came up with as far as how it's prioritized. We invite your input and your suggestions, and if anything needs to be moved or anything needs to be added or deleted, we are open to those suggestions. So that's where we are right now. This is all we were asked to do, is to come up with some ideas on how we could address the deficit spending.
And then so green would be what the Finance Committee recommends?
Green would be what we find as a committee to perhaps be, I wouldn't say the easiest by any means, but maybe the most confident, or most confident with those.
It's kind of like the building housing pendulum thing that we put on.
So this is under confidential. Can we speak to the specifics or no?
Sure.
I think we can go through the list without any problem. As far as specific amounts and that kind of thing, we don't have absolutes on that yet. This was just a list that we were asked to bring. So yes, we can discuss the list.
So what is increased state equalization funding? What does that mean?
Same question.
If the state gives us more money, we don't have a deficit.
Yeah, that we were hoping that maybe we could go to our legislators and, talk to that we could maybe get increased funding from our legislature. That's what that meant.
Okay, that the state legislature will come through
With a higher,
even more significant investments in.
yeah, and that would help us. That would help us tremendously. And then the second one, as you see, is perhaps use the remaining 25% of TSSA.
Which more or less would be about how much?
More or less, and it's not absolute, of course, but we're looking at maybe, can I say the amounts, okay? No problem. 900,000 at this point.
I say, because we did use a lot of.
Yes, we used a percentage of it, but to take it to the full extent of 25% would be about 900,000.
And remind me again, what is our projected deficit this year to be?
right now, because of course we're not to the year end, we're at about 9.
No, I'm talking about the prior year, the year that.
That's what I meant,
ended.
yeah, but it's still kind of an estimate at 19.4 million.
So 900,000 wouldn't make much of it.
Not much of a dent. And as you read down through the list on the yellow, those are things that would be very uncomfortable, but are doable.
Eliminating hazardous bus routes, again, any estimate on, or even changing boundaries to reduce bus routes, how much could be saved doing that?
Approximately on the hazardous bus routes, about 500,000. And on changing boundaries, of course, depending upon how we change them, would be about another 500,000. So in other words, not too big of a dent.
If we were to make up the deficit by increasing the board levy, about how much on an average house would be required?
I would need to turn that over to Mr. Larson because he has those numbers. Right now, as you're aware, I'm sure, the board levy is 0.00067, am I correct? 617. And the average throughout the state is 0.001651.
Say those numbers again.
Our board levy right now is 0.000617. And the average state levy is 0.001651.
So we're significantly lower than the average?
Correct.
Is that what
Correct.
that's what you're saying?
If you remember, a while back, we brought up a list of where we stood according to how the rest of the districts in the state were on that scale. We were toward the bottom.
$175.
Per average household
Yes.
per year. And what percentage of an increase would that be to the rate?
10.84.
And that would just bring us to 0.
That covers the 19.4 million.
Yes.
So 175 per average household per year.
Yes.
If we looked at, and you can kind of just mull that over in your minds just for a minute, but if we were to raise the teacher staffing ratio for every 0.2 increase in the staffing ratio, that would be 1.6 million or 17 teachers.
Are the yellow items in order of
No,
how
they're
you
not.
do it, or just all in the same?
Yeah, they're just all in the same category. They're no particular order. If you would like to change the order of any of them or raise some to the top, that's perfectly fine with us. We talked about salaries, maybe having less than a typical year that way. And then some kind of a change maybe in the extra mile pay. And in the
When
orange.
you say
Oh,
change
go
the
ahead.
extra mile pay, though, in order to save money, it wouldn't be rolling it into teacher salaries, it would be
Yes, it would
doing
make,
away with it.
yeah, it wouldn't make a difference if we rolled it into salaries. It would only make a difference if we took part of it back.
How much would we,
Or move it over to salary and not have a big salary increase.
The close under enrolled schools is orange because we couldn't quite decide whether it was yellow or red. So we made it orange, and that would be about 1.5 million per school per year.
So 1.5 million a year
Mhm.
per school.
Correct.
And some capital gain maybe.
And of course, the red area, those would be the most uncomfortable. And you can just read down through those. It would mean decreasing programs or positions, or not increasing any lanes or steps, and moving more capital over.
How is raise the teacher staffing ratio not the same as decreased positions? Is it just a matter of we not hire as many that year? Is that different?
Well, that was the idea, either that or some of the positions that have been added of late that aren't really classroom oriented, if you will.
So that would affect all, I mean, teacher staffing ratio.
All
to
employees.
teachers, but that would be all employees.
Correct.
I mean, do we have any programs that are costing us $19 million to run?
No, but that should be on the list that we didn't have. And that's partly why we didn't bring the list for everyone to see yet. We haven't had enough time to study this to really know the holes. And that's, I think, looking at programs should be on there.
It's on there, but it's just not specific.
Yeah.
I guess I don't see it.
Or decreased programs is
Second from the
red.
bottom.
Yeah.
But it's not drilled down to specific programs.
Right. I can tell you that on the lanes and the step increases, and you probably already pretty much know this, but that would be 6.6 million. So we were not asked to bring a recommendation, we were just asked to bring the information and perhaps just have you think about it, and if you want to get back with us with ideas or additions or priorities, we're sure open to it.
So just, I mean, looking at the numbers, even if we did green, yellow, and orange, it doesn't add up to 19 million. Well, I guess not counting the board levy.
Yeah, the board levy would be the big one there.
And the first one is really not in our control.
Right. We can only hope. So I guess the question now is, how do you want to proceed as far as this list or adding to it? And then we can go from there. The committee or the bond can take this information, the bond committee can take this information and kind of make their decision.
So I have another question. Our green, yellow, and red chart that we have for our fund balances, we were still in the green earlier this year. Are we still in the green on that chart?
We are not.
We'll be around 17%, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we're about 17.5%.
Currently.
Correct.
Which would put us squarely in the red?
Yes.
Does anyone have, oh, I have it. So red is 21% and below.
Right.
So everyone's thoughts? Besides ouch.
Ouch is right.
Well, we're projecting, given the discrepancy that was found in this year's, we're projecting about a $15 million loss next year. Is that correct? In the current budget year?
Could be higher than that. My current one is 18.4.
So we pegged about 8 million over in our budget, right?
Yeah.
And I thought we had a 7.5 million discrepancy, or has that discrepancy increased?
But there's other numbers that are being evaluated and changing that weren't known back then as well.
So we've grown from the 7.5 million to about a 10 million? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
If you want to look at, yeah, you look at it that way. For example, the cost of opening new schools was projected lower than it is. After we reevaluated that, there's the interest earnings that's been projected lower.
So some of the projections were off.
Correct.
A number of the projections were off. So we're at about an 18 million deficit for this year. And it's at the end of this year that we'd be at the 17%? Or is it the end of the fiscal year we just completed? The year we're currently in?
Was that, did you say school year or fiscal year?
The end of this fiscal year. It's projected at 17%.
So does anyone have any questions or thoughts? This is not a decision that we need to make tonight. We just need to be aware of the situation. It is important information to have. It does play into a decision that we'll need to make soon regarding a bond, though.
I mean, I think it's pretty self-evident what's going to happen. And I think that's important to understand the timing of that in connection with our next discussion.
And as far as the decisions go, a decision to go out to increase the board levy can't happen until next June. We only have the opportunity to do that once a year in August. Okay. Finance committee, thank you.
May I just ask Mr.
Appreciate your work on this. Yeah.
The 175 per household that you quoted, is that taking the levy all the way to the average? Is that how you,
Well, that's making up the full deficit.
so you took the whole deficit?
It's just the deficit.
Okay, thank you.
Where would that put us?
$13.29.
And what's the state average?
1651.
0.001329.
Yeah.
Yep.
You say state average once more.
0.001651.
Sorry, I know you've said that many times.
That's okay.
So I know the board's aware of this, but just if anyone's listening, these are just based off the current numbers that we have. Of course, next year, all of the values, the rates, everything shifts, but this is just off the current numbers.
Okay, if there's not anything else, thank you again, Finance Committee. This is helpful information. Hold on just a second, I'm still on the wrong page. Okay, we're not the month of October, correct? Okay, next agenda item then is our bond committee report. So just to give you an overview, last November, the board decided to move forward with a bond for the November 2022 election next year. And the bond planning committee has been meeting, and we've reached a point on our timeline where we need to make a decision to know if it's still the board's intent to move forward with that, with placing a bond on the ballot. It would be a year away, and we need a year to put that type of project together and information campaign together, and some key decisions need to be made. And so what we would like to do is vote on that at our next meeting, and so this is a study session to provide information to you to help you make that decision. And when I say decide at our next meeting, we just need to decide whether or not to move forward. We wouldn't be deciding on amounts or which schools or anything like that. That would come later in the process. It's just whether or not to keep moving forward. So I have asked Mr. Hamblin to start out with a presentation. He presented last time on enrollment projections, and we've all had a chance now to look at that and digest that information. But I've asked him to come back and give an overview again on more specifically where our pinch points are, and this is something that the bond committee really discussed, is kind of where those areas are that we really might need schools and when we might need them. So, Mr. Hamblin.
Awesome, thank you. As we get started, there's a long-term perspective here to look at, that we really are a district of growth. And that's going to continue 1 to 2% annually for the foreseeable future. There are large-scale developments that are on the horizon. As was stated earlier, really water is what these developments are waiting for, is water tanks to be built. And there are going to be future building needs. Just as a reminder, as we look at data and as how we look at projections and how we look at into the future with our magic 8 ball, it's not really magic 8 ball, but we do use a lot of data, a lot of tracking the individual permits and tracking all of that, working with cities and developers. Birth rates, maturation, mobility, and field verification are a large part of what we do. Growth in the Jordan District, as was presented a couple board meetings ago by Mr. Feston, we really are a tale of 3 districts. We have growth in the south and west, and there's high growth with high mobility in those areas. We have areas of decline that are in the north and the east with little to no development and low mobility. And stability is all the other areas that tend to be just in the middle. There's a little bit of growth and a little bit of mobility, but not a lot of decline. And so they're just kind of really stable. And when I say mobility, that's the rate in which people move in and move out of an area. So we will typically grow between 1 to 2% for the foreseeable future, which is really 500 to 1,100 students annually. Most of that is due to new construction, some to mobility. The demographics are shifting somewhat, as was previously presented. We are getting more families with either smaller families or no children. So that number is increasing. But developments are coming. We have currently on the books 16,358 units still planned to come in the next several years. That constitutes 2,700 acres. And the yield rate for that area, if it remains consistent with our current district yield rate, would be 0.576, which is about a student every 2 units.
Is that number just an average in the whole district?
Yeah, that's the average.
That's not level by
Yeah,
any means?
right. We have it by feeder area, but this number represents the district as a whole in its totality. As we look at construction, this is the timeline that it takes to build, design, and to bid the process for each elementary, middle, and high school. Thank you to Scott and his crew for making sure that these numbers were correct, so we appreciate that. An elementary school takes anywhere between 22 and 24 months. Middle school is 32 to 42 months. And a high school is 38 to 50 months in that process. We do, as a reminder, capacity, we do that. It's based on the formula of instructional rooms minus programs plus the portables, and that equals our use capacity. And just as a reminder, we use portables and programs in all of our buildings as we look at growth and as we address how we do things. Addressing growth. So where are we stable? With stable growth and mobility, these are the schools that I've listed. There are more than this, and you're not going to see all of the schools this evening. I've listed these simply as an illustrative point that boundary changes work. These were previously high growth or pretty mobile communities, but the projections show that, yeah, there'll be some ups and downs, but in general, they're really, really stable over the next several years. So I just included that simply to show boundary changes do work, and we have some great examples of that. The asterisks that you see are the obvious areas in West Jordan. They're stable specifically, like Sunset Ridge is specifically stable, Copper Hills is specifically stable because of the boundary change that was done, where the growth is going to Joe P. and West Jordan High School. In the low growth area, as a reminder, and in the low growth and in the high growth, I included the percent of capacity that we're at in those schools that are listed in that low growth area. So when you look at the capacity here, we've got in our low growth and low mobility schools, 78% is where we sit with our capacity, which would represent 2,669 students. But that's not accounting for programs. That's just simply, that's the space we have. So by the time we added programs back in there, it'd be a little bit different as far as use. Projected growth of these schools are a decline of 7 to 21% over the next 7+ years. And these are the schools that are affected, and we've discussed these before. I'm happy to talk more about them if you'd like, but for the sake of time, I'll move on.
Why is West Jordan Middle included in both?
Thank you. So in yours, it's West Jordan Middle School, and when I was speaking with Ms. Miller about that yesterday, and I got looking at it after we talked, I'm like, I put an M and not an H. So it was high school, not middle school. I apologize about that. So you'll notice on my slide I have changed it. I didn't get yours updated. It's there as a reminder that it's stable because of the boundary. But if we remove the current boundary, it would decline, and fairly significantly. Yeah, so it was there as a reminder, and it's totally my mistake that I put an M instead of an H there. I apologize. when we look at the high growth and high mobility areas, again, they're going to be common areas that we're aware of, but we currently, right now today, are at 78% of capacity in those buildings. That includes our new elementary out in West Harriman that's not built, but we are using that in our projections. So I included that in the capacity, but we have several other newer schools that have some room in them as well. But that constitutes room for 3,300 students, excluding programs. This area is projected growth is anywhere between 7 and 89% over the next 7+ years. One of the schools, well, I'll say, I was going to ad lib, but I'll add it when I talk about the schools.
So if the school didn't make any one of these three, what are we to assume about that?
They're stable. They're stable. The ones that I included on the stability one were simply for the ones that we've addressed through boundary changes the last several years. Just to illustrate again that boundary changes can be really effective. And what we've done has been working in those schools.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're at an appropriate enrollment, right? Like Sunset Ridge is bursting and they're on the stable list.
Right. Right. Stability is just over the next several years, they're going to be within a consistent enrollment pattern, not that they're over capacity. Is that?
Like Foothills Elementary, we took all the growth out of that school, so it's at other
It
schools.
will be stable.
So-
Black Ridge would be another example of that, where it's going to be really stable. Fort Harriman will be really stable, yeah.
But back to that question, how is Sunset Ridge's enrollment compared to their capacity?
So they are at 1,500 and they have multiple portables at 12, if I recall correctly, which
Multiple
by
portables
definition,
plus roaming teachers.
by definition, they're over capacity, right?
Same with my schools that I have, they're over capacity, but they don't have room to dramatically see growth.
And if they didn't have those, if
Well,
the
like if
boundary.
we didn't have Joel P. Jensen.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So Joel P is a high growth school right now.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's why, because
Yeah.
that's
Yes.
where
Yeah.
we put all of the growth that really would be in Sunset Ridge.
The interesting thing is I look at this, the data, there's a converging point between where even Sunset Ridge, even though it's listed as stable, there is towards the tail end of the projections, an uptick of the enrollment projection. There also coincides in that same, in the next several years, where the construction comes on board and Joel P starts to dramatically increase. So there is a part at which Sunset Ridge will start to increase, but Joel P will have been going, it'll really start increasing in their enrollment as well. So it's over the next 7+ years, then even the boundary change may need to be addressed that's out west, is all that would suggest. But when you look at, so the next portion of this is I just prepared in order the schools that would indicate need the most immediate help at the quickest amount of, we need to help them fast. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say. I was trying to be fancy, but it just didn't work. I've just got to stick to my Southern Utah roots and just be true to that. So number one, Ridgeview. They are going to be plus or minus 1,300 students by 2023. They'll be over 1,500 by 2025. You know, options could be pocket busing, alternate schedules, boundary changes, considerations, new school, additional portables, all the things that we're aware of. The years by those, so by Ridgeview, when I say, when I put pocket busing, alternate school by 22, 23, that's really when the data would suggest they could benefit from that help. And I put the year by the new school because in 2023, that's typically where we have, a new school has come online at that particular range of enrollment. So I just did my best to kind of guess as to what that need would be given current patterns that we're seeing. And I should say, all the schools that I'm about to present to you assume things remaining the same, meaning the boundaries in West Jordan, meaning building construction rates, yield rates, and mobility. Any shifts in those, of course, will adjust the timeline over the next years, and that's why we do the annual projections. The next school would be Antelope Canyon. It'll be at 1,100 students by, wow, I put my
I know, I saw
2025,
that.
sorry about
I didn't
that.
say anything.
Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna own 2025.
We're gonna dedicate that year to you.
That'd be awesome. By 2025. And pocket busing alternates, you can see those options there where the data is gonna show. The next school may be a little bit shocking as well, because it hasn't actually opened yet. But by projections, by 2025, they could be in need of some assistance with some alternate considerations. Number 4, Mountain Point Elementary School. By 2026, projections show that they'll be north of 1,100 students. Harriman High School. They'll be north of 3,200 students by 2028. Copper Hills, again, this is the asterisk school, right? Because we have the boundaries that are out in West Jordan. But by 24-25, they'll be north of 3,100 students just with current growth. Yeah. And Copper Mountain Middle
But
School.
to be fair, that tailors off after a few years. They go up to 3,100 and then they start coming back down to 3,000.
Right.
So there's just
If you consider
2
that
years.
the people who move in to the west side of West Jordan are gonna be great with passing Copper Hills on their way to West.
But they don't have a choice.
Well, I
The-
mean, that's
the-
not what it seemed like to
Right, the
go out.
reason that I included this was because there are construction or developments that are, we've caught, like we know they're coming, there's just no unit counts for them. So there's no way to include them in the projections because we don't actually know unit counts or anything, but we do know there are future developments out in that area. So that's why I included them, even though their data doesn't show like a steep tracking after year 7. Copper Mountain Middle School, north of 1,600 students by the 28-29 school year. And Sunset Ridge, same thing as I explained earlier, they're going to go up. But if the boundaries were to shift to Sunset Ridge, then there would have to be some considerations made along with any kind of shift there that would alleviate them from that growth. And then rounding out the top 7, Aspen Elementary School with, by 27-28, 1,100 students. So there are some other considerations as we look at doing 2030 and beyond. And there's a little bit of asterisk that I'm going to add to this is that when we go to 2030, we really are talking about projections on projections. So it's not as accurate as the 7 years. But if the data if we continue to grow by the 1 to 2%, and that's the simple math that I used to look at this, Joel P. Jensen will be at 1,400 plus, and that's if boundaries remain the same. West Jordan High School will be at 2,200 plus. West Hills will be at 1,200. Which is a little bit of a shocking, it was interesting as I look at that because that really would indicate they could pick up some enrollment to do that. But by 2030-31, Mountain Ridge is likely to need help as well.
That's just crazy.
We're gonna need some schools.
Growth is nuts.
So Mountain Ridge's growth is Olympia? or not Olympia?
No.
It's Juniper Point and.
So, yeah, it would be that new Riverton area that's between 134th and the high school now.
Right.
And that's the, part of the tricky part of that is we don't have any, currently, we don't have any unit counts that have been approved, I should say, for that part of Riverton. We know the Harriman part, that's approved and they're constructing that now. The only thing that Riverton part has is they've got permission to start moving a little bit of earth, but not enough to actually do construction. So we're still waiting on that. That's where a lot of their growth will come from for Mountain Ridge. I tried to put it in just a table for a timeline of those schools as well as for your consideration.
So on this timeline, this matches up with when you said we would need new schools, but even before we need new schools, other things would need to be done.
Yeah, with this timeline, and as I looked at this and as I was considering like new schools, really, can we make it till, like, I'm gonna use Ridgeview for an example, can we make it till then? Yeah, we can add portables and things like that, but by the data, by that year, something, a consideration should be made in according to the data.
Breaking point?
About to do something, to help them out.
I'm not clear on that. So is that the pocket busing, the boundary change, those options, or is it those have already been exhausted and we're at the point where we must build a new school?
No, they would not be the already exhausted option. It would be, they have tons of portables and maybe we'd have to look at really getting creative about how to place portables on it and then look at these other options of busing and schedules and that sort of thing.
And boundary changes.
Yeah.
Well, like, for instance, I'm looking at the new Harriman Elementary School that hasn't opened yet. 1,100 students by 2025.
Right.
So then we might want to consider pocket busing or an alternate schedule. But by 2027, we either need to change boundaries or have a new school.
So Travis, can you give me a total empty seat by level chart? Let's suppose we're not going to build any schools. Could our current schools handle the growth? Could you say, here are the total number of empty seats at the elementary level, here's the total number of empty seats at the middle school level and the high school level? Have you run those numbers?
We have those, I don't have them with me.
Okay. At some point, I would love to see seat count, empty seat count by level, just to be able to say, okay, we have X number of empty seats in this district. That would be one piece of information I personally would like to see. An empty seat count by level over the next 5 or 6 years, maybe even 10 years.
What's an empty seat? Is that building capacity?
Capacity minus enrollment.
So some of those schools will be a negative because you're already over.
Yep.
That'd be really helpful.
I would expect to see some negative numbers and some very high positive numbers.
For sure.
Because at the back of my mind, I'm asking the question, could busing solve our growth problem? And how long?
Because eventually it might not.
Eventually, but does that buy us 10
It
years?
could buy us some years.
And then there's two ways to look at solve. I mean, it solves it, but you're going to have a lot of really upset people.
Really
Yep.
upset people.
But so will we if we ask for a tax increase. So how do you want to upset them?
Or boundary changes.
Yeah, change their boundary, bus them to a different school, or raise their taxes.
Well, we saw it, I mean, you saw it. I wasn't on the board yet, but during Moab, it did not seem palatable to people to pocket bus. I mean, people were up in arms about it.
But people weren't, it wasn't palatable to people to move their boundaries either.
Yeah.
And they were, I mean, or raise, I mean, anything that we
They were just
mentioned
as-
here,
Yeah, they
it's
were
not
just
a-
as upset at the thought of moving boundaries. So at some point, President Miller, I would love to see that information, a chart by level over the next 10 years of empty seat counts.
Is that something you could email to the board within the next?
And I would define capacity as current use.
So if they already have 10 portables,
Just current use, whatever we have already set current use at each school. Let's just not jump into that. Current use for each school minus each school's projected enrollment totaled by level over the next 10 years.
See, I would rather have what capacity is rather than current use, because I just want to see the heat map of where, is it, you know, if you're at just that capacity, but you know, if the current use is 6 portables over, that just tells you that school's way over, and I'd want to know that number. Does that make sense? Because I would consider that 6 portables over.
so do you want numbers at current use and then also at optimal use, which is no more than 6 portables?
If it's not too much to,
We have that data.
yeah, and I'm okay with 6 portables. It's the question is when you get more than that.
Okay, let's get it at both,
Thank you.
current use and optimal use. And by optimal, the board has defined in the past that we were comfortable up to 6 portables.
Can I clarify that then? So you want schools with up to 6 portables would be optimal capacity, and then anything above 6 portables is, would be a separate column, because that's where we're above optimal capacity.
Over capacity.
Okay, all right.
Just don't see how you can bus kids, pocket bus kids to a school that has 13 portables.
Good point.
That is crazy. I think parents would lose their minds.
Okay, any more questions for Mr. Hamblin or additional information you would like to see? Thank you. Appreciate this. Just one chart that was really helpful to me is kind of the school construction. So if we line up when we need schools and then subtract how many years it takes to get those schools.
Yeah, then you know when to start.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tracy, help me understand how you're interpreting that. So, let's take Ridgeview Elementary School. When are you, looking at the timeline, when are you interpreting that we need to build an additional school to help Ridgeview?
But in just looking at this data, 2023 is when we would need a new one, and obviously that's not going to happen.
So, you're taking this timeline and saying, we have to have, ideally, we'd have another school in place and we wouldn't have to take those other steps to alleviate the issue of that. Is that what I'm hearing from you? That's how you're looking at that timeline?
No, I'm looking at it, I mean, the word ideally is right. Yeah, ideally, we would have another school in place. But in just terms of when we would need a bond, if we go out for a bond next year and it passes next year and we're ready to build Ridgeview, or ready to build a new school, you know, right away, it would open in 2024, so they would just be really crowded for a year, but another school would be coming. If we decide not to go for a bond next year, we need to take action on what we're going to do with Ridgeview.
Right.
In 2023 or now?
And on how we're gonna handle it in 2023. Does that answer your question?
So the action would be taken now or
Depends on how big we want to grow the
2023
school.
year?
Right. I don't know the answer to that. I would want to study that situation a lot closer.
The question is how big can that school go? We have 6 portables, right, Scott, at Ridgeview?
I believe so.
So it's just right at capacity right now. I mean, I have schools nearby that have 13. And remember, that's a school that we knew a building was coming and we had to relieve Bluffdale, so we pocket bused them for a year or two. And so we can pocket bus for a year or two when you know a school's coming.
Ridgeview has 3 portables.
I think they populated overnight. I might be wrong, but I thought they had 6. But
According to the upgraded map that is current, the building capacity is 925, the October enrollment. The October enrollment was 776, and they have 3 portables. So they're not even at 6 portables.
but they will be tomorrow.
But just going back to if we decide not to bond until 2024, we're gonna have to have a discussion about Ridgeview somewhere along the way.
And several others.
But
And
if we're
probably
gonna
others.
bond, if we're gonna bond it that year though, then you could solve it because there is some space. I mean, including West Jordan, but I think you even have some space closer.
So as far as making a decision on whether or not to proceed with a bond, we just had our discussion on possible need to raise our levy, our board levy, in the very near future. We've got the data on that, and you've got this data on when our growth's coming and where we might need schools. The other data that we have is our work that we did through Lighthouse in surveying to find out kind of community feel. And we reviewed those survey results at our July 27th board meeting. So if you want to go back and look at survey results, it would have been on board docs for July 27th. The focus groups just wrapped up, and that was fascinating to go and listen into some of those focus groups for those of us that had the opportunity. Very interesting. We should be getting a report from them. Mr. Larson, do you know when that report will be available?
We're hoping to have it for the next board meeting.
Okay, so we hoping to have that emailed to everyone out before our next board meeting, so you can review that. Is there any other information that you need in order to make this decision? Okay. And any other questions anybody has? All right, thank you. And thank you to the bond committee, everyone that's participated on that. Okay, our next agenda item is a report from the Licensed Employee Advisory Committee that met just this last week. Ms. Atwood, Ms. George, and Mr. Robinson were at that meeting, and there is a document attached to board docs of their notes. Does one of you want to lead out on that report?
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Of course, it was a great meeting. I do want to make a statement in just letting people understand and know that I do understand that this is a licensed educators advisory committee, and some of the questions that were presented that night, well, all of the questions that were presented that night did have the word teacher and not educator, and I just would like to apologize for that. it was not to overlook anybody. We value all of our educators, and we find their feedback just as equally important to this board. And it was a great night. It was great feedback. It was tricky to start out the night with going over the extra mile pay right at the beginning, with having half of the room full of new committee members. So that was difficult. And it raised a lot of questions. There were some previous committee members that were very helpful in sharing with the new committee members that all the work that had been done along the way, and that the extra mile pay really was in conjunction with that committee, as well as the committee that was established to do the extra mile pay.
Would you say about half of LEAC is new this year?
Yes, we had them raise
At
their
least half?
hands, at
Maybe
least half.
60%.
We had them raise their hands. It was significant.
Interesting, okay.
And just for board information, probably 80 to 90% listen to each and every one of our board meetings. We did ask that question as well. There's a couple of questions that I have for the board. Well, one in specifically that had kind of been asked of me specifically that night, and that was, would the new members be provided any of the notes from the previous meetings? They didn't feel like they, in most cases, got direction from the previous LEAC member, and felt kind of not in the know when coming to the committee. So a couple had asked if that is something that we would be willing to do. It was tough questions that we asked that night. But I do value and appreciate the feedback that we did get. It was helpful, and I think it did bring up some really good conversations. So we do have all the notes here. Thank you to Ms. George and of course Mr. Robinson. I really do think that we worked really well together to make this a successful night. It was not an easy night. I'm not gonna make it feel as if everything went really smoothly, but I do feel like it was a successful night in the information that we were able to gather. Do either one of you have anything to add to that?
Maybe I would say this, I found a lot of, maybe this would agree with the Lighthouse survey too, I found a lot of misunderstanding of what the role of board can do. And when we asked for feedback, both positive and negative, a lot of it was things that were outside of our hands. And I see that with the public too. There's a lot of people would say, well, why are you doing this, or why are you doing that? And that is not things that were within the board's privy, if you would. But, so I thought maybe if we could educate people a little bit better on what we really do, might be helpful. That was my big takeaway. I was really shocked.
Something else that I think might be helpful as you read these is to know how we gathered the information, because you're going to see something that looks like, hey, that was listed under how you feel supported and how you feel unsupported. So we divided into groups. I mean, we asked for smaller groups, but they probably ended up around 10, 11 in groups. And then we gave them time to discuss as a group, and then asked them to take their top 2. And that's what we put on the board. So I just think knowing that will be helpful as you read over this. Why you're seeing numbers next to them are when things were mentioned more than once. But again, that doesn't mean it wasn't an issue for everyone. We just asked for their top 2 within a group of several.
In most cases, we didn't just get 2 though.
Yeah. Yes.
So like when it says 2 or 3, it came from 2 or 3 different groups, not just
Right.
individuals?
Right, not individuals.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
And my guess would we had 10 or 12 groups, right?
Yeah.
There's 85 people in there, and I asked 5 to 8.
Yeah.
So some of them want to
Some
go
of
over
them
8,
got
which is all right. So I would guess maybe 12 groups, maybe 10.
Yeah.
One other thing that I would like to mention is that if we had the board's approval, and I'm not saying we need it tonight, but these are the notes that we would like to send to the LEAC members. And I do want to mention at the bottom of the notes, please remember to the LEAC members that we do have an email address that does come straight to the board, and we do have a board member each and every month responding to those emails as they come in. So that, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, give me just a moment. That email address is LEAC, L-E-A-C, @jordandistrict.org.
So are you proposing email this document on here, emailing it out to the ACT members?
If you would like to see more on the notes, we're happy to
They
have that
asked for it.
conversation. They did ask.
Another thing that they requested was they would like going forward to divide by levels in our meetings.
Secondary and elementary?
Uh-huh.
The board had mentioned that we maybe just give them the information, possibly that the next topic would be Fridays. On that topic, they really wanted that divided elementary, middle, and high. Because they did feel like that there were concerns on every level.
And I don't know the right timing for that, if it's the next meeting. They just want it on the agenda at some point.
That was quite a list of potential items, agenda items.
Quite a
They just,
And are the numbers on those?
Is when, so
Those are
we had them
individual.
hand in
Or individual,
individual
okay.
index cards. So it, like on one of them, if there's 16, there was 16 individuals that mentioned that.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. Good clarification. Any other questions that you may have for the three of us?
Yeah, can you expound on that? Harriman feels underrepresented. Is that Harriman High School, Harriman Elementary School, Harriman the entire city? What is that in reference to?
I was under the impression it was for high
It was
school.
the high school.
sorry, we should have specified that in the notes. We can
I think it
clean
comes
that
back
up
to
before
that
we
same
send it
discussion
out.
we had earlier.
So yeah, before they go out, make that change.
Yeah.
Good call.
And I certainly hope that I'm not over speaking on this,
Speak.
but I feel like that was one member out of the 8-person group that said that.
That's
And
valid.
I'm not discounting that,
That's what they're there to do.
absolutely.
And I did ask, do you want that on the board? And he said yes.
Okay, good to know, I didn't hear that
And
part.
part of that is, again, comes back to that miscommunication, misperception, because Tracy and I was there the night before for school community council. I was there till almost 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it's a school we come to a lot, but their perception was they're not being represented, even though we try, you know, and so, and that probably we need to take that and just realize in all of our schools, some people feel that they're not being represented.
It's true.
And you know, I think it goes hand in hand with the comment we heard that some educators feel that we side with parents more than educators. But I think if you were to ask some educators, they would say, no, I think it's pretty balanced, you know, and so everyone has a different, they look through a different set of eyes, and it's hard to get 10,000 eyes to look in the same direction and agree, so.
Is that what they mean by the teachers feel forgotten? Wish they had better teacher representation in the boardroom?
Correct.
What are they talking about teacher representation? Are
They
they,
would like a teacher on the board. They would like to have students and teachers on the board. They'd like to have the board be like 10 or 11 people, you know, so they don't understand the laws that we're dealing with, that
these are dictated in law, they're not dictated by our choice. And how would you elect a teacher, one teacher to be on our board?
It's actually against the law to be on the board if you're an employee.
We mentioned that.
And we do have, like, this board represents a lot of educators, a good blend of educators, a good blend of volunteers, a good blend of people who are working in the community, which is what a board's supposed to do. I feel the board is the public and public education. We represent the public. And educators have representations, like our association is really good for them, our administration is good for them, and then we work all together to try to get the synergy, which, you know, we try our best. But, you know, it's just the misperception that some people will have, and maybe the more we can communicate, the more we can knock those walls down.
So it's not necessarily, I know there's been periods of time where, like, the JEA representative attended more frequently our meetings and we'd often solicit their input on an issue that we were talking about, and they'd come up and just talk into the mic. That's not what they're referencing there, is inviting that. They were literally saying, we want seats on the board. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, and the specific comment was somebody, interesting enough, I've taught in his class, I went to his classroom and talked to him and to his classes, but what happened is we had a split in one community, and then a pandemic hit. And I don't know about everyone else, but during the pandemic, if parents weren't invited in the schools, I tried to kind of stay away too. And so I think because of a variety of things were happening, they maybe didn't see us as much as they used to see us before. You know, and so they're like, hey, well, why aren't I being represented? Well, you know, we're being pulled in different directions and kind of kept out of what we used to do.
Yeah.
And so,
I think another thing that they mentioned was there was a lot of talk about transparency, for good or bad. And so we talked about, how do you want to be represented? I mean, of course, some of their ideas were out of our control, but one of them was that they wanted to see board members inside their faculty meetings more than they wanted to see surveys. So they felt like if we're soliciting their information and input from them, it would be more valuable to them to have us to come into a faculty meeting, explain what we're talking about, and get feedback than for us to send out a survey that they feel sometimes could be a leading survey, questions that are leading and don't give them an opportunity to really share their voice. Which is why I thought it was great that instead of a survey with dress code, we sent out an email. You can say whatever you want to that. But that was a step further that, and again, it's like you would mention a topic and then everybody would be like, yeah, that, and then they would just start throwing out ideas.
More from there.
So it's not representative of a majority or a group. Those were just a couple of the ideas that individuals mentioned to us.
for me, I feel, I don't know if it's within my power to go to a faculty meeting, none invited, and just say, I'm here.
Yeah.
You know, I feel a little awkward there, and I extended an invitation to everyone there and everyone in the community, anyone listening now. I kind of need an invitation. Like, if you give me an invitation, and there I said that, that night, the Bluffdale kindergarten people said, hey, would you come to our school? And so I went and showed up the next day, and I watched that transition. But it's hard to do that at every school, but if you'll just reach out to us, we may not be able to come to everything like that, but we'll look into it. We want to be in the schools. It's just, we also understand our role, and our role is not the day-to-day operations. And so, you know, it's a real balance that we have to walk. But anyone who invites, I'll try to come.
One other thing that I had heard as far as feeling supported by the board is ensuring that educators see the changes in policies before parents do, or patrons do.
It's just so hard to see in public meetings.
What's the thought process behind that?
That they just would like us to share that information, whether it be with email or in the meetings, the staff meetings that they have, as to what the upcoming changes are. And I wasn't under the impression on small changes, but the bigger. I felt like we did do a good job with like the dress code policy, getting feedback from all. I was trying to think of some other like other policies that we've changed that we really haven't addressed it with the LEAC committee. But I was under the impression it was more of the bigger changes. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, but I would say a good number of them would not be comfortable with how we're doing the dress code, that they would want a survey now out for them to vote on before we would approve it. You know, Fridays is a good example, because that's gonna be a next topic. We did go through a process where teachers and other administrators or other job classifications were all in a meeting, and we all used a focus meeting to develop that, and some of them felt like they didn't have a voice, so it's just that different level of what they feel.
So did they articulate why they feel they should get it before parents get it?
Because they feel that we support our patrons before we support our educators.
And I heard that maybe in the reverse, that they felt like we make a bigger effort to get the feedback from parents and the community than we do to get feedback from them.
Yeah.
I don't know that I heard as strong of a message that like, I want to hear first before someone else, but they didn't like our approach when we tried to gather information from the community. They feel like we need to focus more on their thoughts and opinions, or at least do it first or prioritize it, their feedback.
Or separate them out from the community?
It's hard because I feel like in the survey results I've seen, I feel like our staff has done a great job of separating those results out for us. So, like I said, it was hard to always understand exactly where people were coming from, but, and not to feel defensive, right? Like, just hear the constructive criticism and take it in.
Well, and I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Robinson. I think that you did a fantastic job of just trying to keep the tone of the room, you know. He did do his best to ensure that employees felt comfortable.
Sorry if I offended you.
Never. No, I think Ms. Atwood and I both left and said, "Whoa, we're thankful that Mr. Robinson was here." You did great.
I just want to remind everyone that Bryce Dunford gave a landmark talk once to all of our employees about sometimes we face the parents and sometimes we face the employees, and we have to find that right balance. And I think that at least in our hearts we're trying to find that balance. It will never be balanced. It never will. But we can do our very best to say, hey, let's look at our employees a little bit better. Let's look at our patrons, because tonight's discussion is a perfect example of all of that. Is we need to represent everybody, and how do you find that balance to do so?
Well, I think it was a brave thing that we did. I don't know how many other boards would ask these questions. It was a vulnerable experience.
Dr. Godfrey, were you in attendance?
For all but the last half hour, yes.
What were your observations?
I think what they outlined matches with what I saw. I think that there are some questions about the specific responsibilities of the board. I wasn't there specifically for the conversations about surveys. The board has used a variety of methods of communicating, and the meeting in which these opinions were expressed, that was a meeting, of course, of teachers assembled with access to board members to talk about some of those issues. So that's one of the formats. Board members have been at school community council meetings, but I do understand the desire for additional information, and some of what was shared about finding out about policies is something that I've addressed with administrators as well. There's some frustration from administrators that they come the next morning from a board meeting, especially over the past year, and they have teachers asking them questions about the discussion from the previous night, and it's an hour and a half discussion about a vital part of the way that we function, and principals felt unprepared to address that because they were working an event that evening and weren't listening to board meeting necessarily. And so we've tried to provide timely updates as much as we can, but I understand the frustration that teachers feel in thinking that, in feeling that they're underinformed about what's happening and that parents or others may have more information than we do. Because as I've talked with administrators about, we're hearing things happen in real time in board meeting, and sometimes over the past year was reported on in the press. And in the past, we would talk about things in board meeting, and over the next couple of days, we'd craft a message, run it by the board, and then send that out to be sure that we carefully explain the message for all audiences. And now, we hear that in real time, and that can feel very frustrating to employees who may not be able to listen to all of board meeting every time, or even for those who do and may not be sure exactly how that discussion will be operationalized. And so there was a lot of useful feedback around that. What became clear to me through that discussion is that I think that we just have to be very cognizant of keeping the flow of information going. And you know, the board has asked us to put summaries up of board meetings, and we have indexed the video, and a lot of that's accessible. So maybe that means sending that out on a regular basis. But there's still a lag time, even if it's just a couple of days. This happens in real time. For example, you know, we have a school community council meeting about dress code, and the next day kids are saying, hey, hats are allowed, because they've heard that there's a draft and the game of telephone happens, and that's happening more than ever. So even with all of the board's efforts to communicate and the administration's efforts to communicate and to get input, things happen in real time, and they're broadcast and they're out there. So the transparency is great and the connection is great, but it leads to a less orderly rollout for big changes. So I do understand that, and we've talked a lot about how to address that. In fact, our entire principal meeting last month, or earlier this month rather, was focused on, was it earlier this month? It was last month. Time and space are blended together for me permanently. But our whole focus was communication. The entire meeting was on communication. How to communicate effectively with your faculty, with parents, how we can more effectively communicate with schools. So that communication theme, both expressed directly and also the underlying theme of a need for better communication, is something we've tried to address in principal meeting, and that we'll continue to try to address so that we can, as an administration, continue to improve the amount and timeliness of information received by teachers and our employees, our licensed staff, our administrators, just everyone involved with the district. I always appreciate the chance to be in those meetings. It's, in an organization this large, it's difficult to always get input and to share information. And as board members who've been in that meeting have experienced, it's just really energizing to have the chance to hear from employees representing all of our schools, all at the same time, all in the same room, even when it's divided by levels, and to hear that feedback and be able to share information in return. But we just keep working hard to provide the information that everyone needs to feel informed and to do their job the best they can. We have great people that are working really hard, and like I said, I think it's always useful to hear feedback.
Thank you. So we have a couple of things to decide. One, is everyone okay sending these notes out to LEAC?
If you need a couple days to read over them, I know we didn't get them on to board docs until today. So if you need a couple days, we're more than happy just to wait for a response from you all, or we can move forward. It's completely up to you.
Well, if we do that, do we want to remove the photo links? I did that more for your benefit, so
No,
you
that's
could
great.
see how they said it and not how we like merged it together and interpreted.
I mean, this is what they shared, so why wouldn't we share it with them?
I just mean, do we?
No, I'm
are
just
the
saying in
links
general, I don't,
Okay.
I don't see why we wouldn't share these notes with them.
I think the reason for sending it out is, did we hear what you intended to say?
Yeah.
Or is there a discrepancy in what you intended to say and our interpretation of it?
And I tried to say again and again, did I capture that? Was that what you meant? We really did try to clarify it and give people opportunities to come up after and say, hey, make this little note. So you'll notice like a big old arrow on there. That was because the teacher came up after. We tried to make sure we were capturing what they were saying because we knew the rest of the board wanted to hear it.
Jen and Nikki did a fantastic job with that, because if they would have assigned me that, there's no way. No, I'm not a
All the
process.
credit for that.
I can write on a board.
We knew our roles.
Is everyone comfortable going ahead and sending these notes out to LEAC members?
We'll add in Harriman High School, and I noticed that I stayed capitalized on the second question. Whoops, I'll fix that.
You can clean up some things, but then I think we're okay with it going.
Yeah, if you have other edits, please.
Photos and all?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
I like
yeah.
that touch of the photos.
I do too.
I wouldn't have thought of it. That's good.
Well, in that setting, I was trying to send it to you guys to see if I merged them appropriately. So that's why I included it originally.
The other question that I think that we should answer tonight is whether or not you all think it's appropriate for us to send the last year's meetings to the new LEAC members.
So what do you mean by the?
What would you send them?
Yeah.
Did you,
There was not a consistent note-taking.
oh,
I don't know where the documents are that you would send them.
I think there's
for some reason I thought that we had taken notes with each and
I
every
think
meeting.
there's a report on board docs for every meeting, but I can't guarantee that it's there for every meeting.
Well, and even this meeting is not comprehensive, right? We didn't include any notes about the conversation about extra mile pay. Does that need to be added?
I would say if it was something that it was on board docs and we discussed it in a board meeting, it would be okay to send it.
And maybe just for those who ask, or are you saying to everyone?
Did you get the feeling that everyone wanted it?
I guess I would make a plea to all those who have been LEAC members previously and have a new assignment for somebody in their building. Please have a conversation with that new LEAC member just to kind of go over the things that were addressed with the board in the past year. Get them up to date on the information that has been had and the conversations and the work. There has been a lot of work between LEAC and the board and good work. So I'm sorry, I thought we had more notes from each meeting.
Are you okay working with, Dr. Godfrey can have someone from staff help pull what notes we do have off of board docs?
Yeah, and I can look on board docs over the past year to see if there's an agenda item for LEAC and see if there's any.
And I have from my meeting that I ran, I have those notes.
Okay.
Roxanne can gather everything we have.
Yeah, I don't think like everyone's personal notes should be, but if it was
No, it's
discussed
from
in
the
a board
meeting.
meeting
Yeah, it's from the meeting.
and
Okay.
posted, okay.
Thank you.
And then the next question is, when is the next LEAC meeting? Or when do we want the next LEAC meeting to be?
January's tradition.
And I think that's a good time to have one.
And do we want to split levels at that point?
And what topic?
I would proceed with caution on Fridays too early in the year as a topic. I feel like First of all, everything is hard in the beginning. It really is. And I think as our teachers have a chance to kind of settle into this school year and catch their breath, Fridays are going to become more and more positive. And I also think that if we're going and letting them just spew out lots of changes and we have no intention of implementing them this year, we just need to be careful about that.
And the feedback I want is, how is it going? How has it worked this year?
Well, they have lots. They're ready to give you. That was a frequent topic that came up.
And by Fridays, are we lumping together the weekly Friday schedule and the Flex Friday?
They have it in all of them.
Okay, so Fridays means both of
And
those.
they would like us especially to focus on kindergarten during those conversations. So all of those were frequently brought up during our conversations.
And what you're saying is January might be too soon. We might want to give them more time for Fridays before getting feedback.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, I'm just saying let's proceed with caution. Let's know what our parameters are before we go to that meeting. In terms of, are we changing things this year? Are we gonna write out the whole year and see what happens? So I think those things need to be not question marks when you walk into that meeting.
Any thoughts from the rest of the board is when Friday would be an appropriate topic for LEAC?
They would love to see it next time. I should represent that.
Well, my feeling is, they need to have experience what the other LEAC representatives have to have major change. And this meeting, although it was very needed, I think that they're gonna walk away pretty frustrated. And if we do another meeting like that where you're gonna split the troops big, you know, that's gonna be difficult, because then half of their experience is, you know, this major topics of how to improve without actually seeing some improvement. Because good things have come out of LEAC, you know, maternity benefits that we talked about, you know, personal leave. And so I would love to do a lower fruit meeting where what's some of that lower fruit that changes can happen immediately, and they can see that they have a direct impact that they would agree with. Because I think Fridays are going to be controversial no matter what. And whether or not we begin in LEAC or we have some focus groups and have administration tear that apart and then bring it a new presentation, I think we'd have to I wouldn't mind getting their information, but I'm not sure a public setting twice in a row would be advantageous to us. I hope that makes sense.
Well, as far as Fridays go, if we were to make any changes to that, when would we be doing that as a board?
We committed to stick with it the whole year.
Even if we're going to make changes for next year, when would we want to do that by? Dr. Godfrey, do you have thoughts on that?
I think if the board is considering changes, the January meeting would be a good time to get feedback about that.
Changes for next fall.
Right.
Why would the board consider changes? Isn't this under Dr. Godfrey's purview to bring recommendations with regards to changes? Or is this something that we're going to initiate?
That muddy water we've been talking about.
And we initiated it in the first place, which
We did?
makes the water even muddier.
Well,
We did a survey.
Because of COVID,
Flex
right?
Friday we initiated.
And then we had to decide what it looked like moving forward.
I would much rather, and this is not the topic to discuss Fridays, maybe we need to put it on there again, but I would much rather have some kind of survey go out to everyone, administration tear it apart, and then they look at it, and like Matt says, they bring some recommendations to us. Some things like Flex Friday would be in our purview, I think, but with the regular Fridays, so much is theirs, I don't know. It's hard because our lines blur a little bit, because that's the reason we are synergetic, right? Because we're willing to go right up to each other's responsibilities.
Just looking over other suggested agenda items. I mean, the number one request was substitutes. And I'm hearing that from a lot of people, there's a huge issue with being able to get substitutes into a building. That is something that I think is our administration's purview to handle that problem. And I know that they're well aware of it and are working on some ideas for it.
That was a huge topic.
See, the second one is administration too, really.
Well, and I feel like those two go hand in hand. It's about how do we attract people?
Yeah, the second one is a shortage of our ESPs and how can we attract and keep more ESPs. And I mean, that's admin and board. It's board through the negotiations process.
Right.
But in the meantime, I know our administration is also very well aware of that problem and is working on some solutions for it.
See, like I like that one where equalize pay for prep time at all levels, because that's what we were kind of trying to do with Friday. And so that, to me, I would love to see, okay, what's your solutions on that, and teacher workload. A lot of these all come together.
Yeah.
It might be a good practice, maybe another meeting or offline, to go through these and say, is that a board responsibility or is that administrative responsibility?
We tried to do it at the meeting, but it's hard. Those lines are blurry.
Like JPass, that's...
Yeah, that's clearly not the board.
Right. Some of them are clear. I shouldn't say all of them, but you know, they said, well, you just go through and label next to these items what's a legislative issue, what's a board issue, and what's an administrative issue. And it's just right.
Get money down here.
Yeah.
But so many of them just, well, there's a piece that's legislative and there's a piece that's the board and there's a piece that's administrative. That's hard to define.
So
no
what if
wonder
that's
they're
the January meeting?
talking
What if in
about-
January, instead of taking feedback from them, we send feedback to the schools through them, defining the different entities and their functions?
I think
And say, look, here's how we see our role, the administration's role, the legislator's role, and here's how we see your role. January could be more about us answering the questions they've asked than solving the problems they've raised. It could be, we've heard your questions and your concerns, and we'd like to answer them. Here are the ones we can answer in a January meeting.
I think that's a great idea. Another one that felt time sensitive to me was discussions about firewalls. I don't know that that's a board discussion, but some of the teachers were just discussing how there might be some equity issues with what people are or are not able to access, what's filtered and what's not. So,
I get that complaint every week from somebody.
Yeah.
A
And
firewall
that-
complaint.
But
Well, and
it's
he-
not, again, I try to explain to them, that's not something, a decision I can make.
yeah. But they were kind of bringing it into some of the issues that we're hearing in public comment. Like, if you can look up this, but you can't look up this, we've got an access to information problem.
Another thing we can do in January is talk about our legislative priorities and the role of the legislators.
Yeah, I
Because
love that.
if we got educators involved in the legislative process, could you imagine the powerful resources that we have with them? But, I mean, we have a lot that will complain about the results, but they're not getting involved in the process. And it would be really nice. I mean, I think I wasn't really educated until I really got involved in, district politics and stuff. But it would be nice for them to know their voice counts at the state level and too.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple of options for a January meeting. One is to discuss Fridays. Two is to have a discussion about, more of an information session about
board versus administration versus state law. Answer questions on who's responsible for what. And then another one to talk about our legislative priorities. And how to be involved in the legislative process. Let's start with Fridays. Do we want Friday on that agenda?
I hear the concern on that, but I do believe that if we are going to include them, the LEAC committee in that process, then that is the meeting due to time in the year that decisions like that need to be made.
And I'm not opposed to it, but I would just really work as the board members who are running the meeting to try to think about ways to make that a positive experience. Because I think there's a lot of truth to what was said here, that we don't want the first two experiences of our brand new LEAC representatives to be feeling kind of disgruntled and contentious.
And you're right, we need to have a serious discussion as a board on Fridays. And if we even are considering changes, or if that's up to administration to consider changes, or, I mean, we need to decide as a board where we're going before we take it to LEAC.
And then I wonder if the next step's LEAC, or is it a survey of teachers and a survey of parents? And then I would much rather take recommendations to LEAC of what we want to change than, we all know the problems, you know. I would much rather take our solutions to them and say, what do you think about these?
Which of these solutions do you like best?
Or we could say do a focus group of LEAC representatives, you know what I mean? So we don't have to have all of them in the room at the same time, so develop a focus group that helps administration work on Fridays. You know, randomly select them, or however you want to do it.
So I feel like, I mean, if it's towards the 1st of January, that's maybe a little premature, but I don't think we can wait till March to start having that discussion.
But you can if we want to take solutions to them in March, right?
I do also love the suggestion of Mr. Dunford, though, is just breaking down that list and showing the educators what are the different responsibilities of each individual group. I think that they would really value that conversation.
And I think adding in legislative priorities into that same one, those go right together.
Perfect timing too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hearing that most people would be in favor of doing more of an information session at our next LEAC in January. Is that a safe assumption?
Sounds good.
But then we need to have a discussion as a board about whether or not we want to do anything with Fridays.
Or whether or not we should.
And if we want to take that to LEAC, there might need to be like a February LEAC meeting.
I think about the reasons that we started with the LEAC was to get input from the licensed employees. And if we're, and I like Mr. Dunford's idea, I think they need to know that. I think they need to realize what the responsibilities are of each group and each stakeholder. But is that why they would be coming to this meeting, is for us to teach them? Perhaps a small part of it. But I really think the reason that we started LEAC was to get their input. And so I think we'd have to reserve time for that as well.
That's a good point.
Yes, you're absolutely right. The reason why that came up so much is the question is, what would you like to see the board do moving forward? And so they were very conflicted as to what they could suggest because they didn't know whose responsibility it was.
And that's good.
As far as looking down their list, I mean, the top 4
subs and ESPs is something that administration's working on. Fridays was number 3. The next one is safety in schools. That is something I'd be interested in hearing more, like what exactly are their concerns there?
We did go into that a little. I think a lot of conversations that we're having in different settings are blurring. I think we saw it, a little bit about the devious licks TikTok challenges. Teachers are very concerned about those, and rightly so. They're becoming more and more physically aggressive towards teachers. And then I think they're also feeling unsafe in our meetings. They feel like they can't come to a boardroom and speak because of the other people who are there. They feel like there's not good control and boundaries, and so they can't come. So those were some of the things that they specifically pointed out.
Is there anything that we would want to get feedback on in January?
I would be really interested to know about respecting teachers and time and compensation, because at least looking over my time on the board, we've really increased a lot. The pay has gone from 34,000 to almost 51, and we've changed all our benefits and we've done so much, but I'd like to know what they mean by that. And
Like what more could we do?
yeah, because that was a lot of people that
They're
said
upset
that.
about Fridays, but they're asking for time. I'm like, I'm so confused. And I thought it was interesting too when they were talking about how much training they've been receiving, and someone said, and we don't even get college credit for it. I was like, oh, that's something maybe we could consider looking into. Apparently, according to them, other districts, when you go do those intensive trainings, are giving some college credits for that.
Only a college can give college credit, though. The district can't give them college credit,
I-
but maybe there's something.
Through sister programs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe there's something that can be worked out.
You look like you have something to say, Dr. Godfrey.
There's credit towards salary level increase,
We can do
so
that.
it's hours toward that.
Okay,
But after hearing that comment, we're looking into whether other districts are giving actual college credit, like a transcript for that.
interesting. Thank you for looking into that.
Yeah. Okay, so we're still back to an information session in which we can maybe break down all of their suggestions and say whether or not it's board or admin. Do we want to get, is there anything we want to get feedback on in January?
I think safety in the schools and respecting teachers and
We can't make that list too long, 'cause time.
Yeah, pick one thing.
safety in schools, because that's a couple different other places too. I think it's the political climate that they feel that we're in. I've talked to many teachers who just don't even feel safe in the building anymore. And they're afraid that if they say something and someone takes it wrong, that they're gonna just lose their job, you know, and they're a little nervous in the schools, at least the people I'm talking to, so.
So would you want to ask the question, what can we do to help you feel safer? Or does that just leave us open to not being able to do anything even though we got all sorts of feedback?
That's the one thing I wish I could give them. If you don't feel safe when you're teaching, you're not going to be as effective as you can if you do feel safe. I think that's why we've put like security doors and all those other things. We're putting the videos in the classroom, you know, all these different things. Hopefully they can feel there, but if they don't feel safe when they can teach, we're dead in the water.
And if they can come with specific suggestions,
Yeah.
and there are things we can do. Work them out.
Okay, any other suggestions? How does everyone feel? Information session? And then asking for feedback on specific suggestions of how, of what can be done to help them feel safe.
And then I'm comfortable doing a Friday discussion as long as we've done the groundwork beforehand.
Yeah.
I'm just not ready to do it today.
Yeah. And is January a good time for us the board to have a Friday discussion first?
So we wouldn't start talking until January?
That's what I'm asking. Do you want to do it sooner?
I would ask Superintendent, do you think it's best for us to have that conversation sooner than January?
To have that conversation as a board or with LEAC?
As a board.
As a board.
You don't have to discuss tonight too, you can think about it for a while.
I think we would want to go, I think the board would probably want to go into that LEAC meeting knowing what you're hoping to accomplish. Are you anticipating looking for ideas or feedback, or do you have a direction that you want to put in front of them and say, this is what we're thinking about? What's your reaction to that? So I think a discussion before that meeting would be important, if it is a topic in that meeting.
Okay, I'll list that as a future agenda item tentatively for January unless people think we need to start talking about that before then.
And can we hold off on choosing LEAC conversation topics until we see where that conversation leads us? Because if we decide as a board that that's not our lane, I think that would change how the LEAC conversation would go.
If we're not having the Fridays discussion about January and LEAC happens in January, I think we need to go forward in planning it.
I think we should do it earlier than January.
So you want to have a discussion as a board on Fridays before we get to the next LEAC meeting?
Well before, in my opinion.
I mean, so the January meeting, are you talking about the meeting in which, the LEAC meeting in which we talk about Fridays, or just the next LEAC meeting where we're not going to talk about Fridays?
Have we decided we're not talking about Fridays at the January LEAC meeting?
I think that's what I've gotten from everybody. But let me clarify. Is everyone okay with the proposal to talk about what, again, who's responsible for what between board and admin and other, and then to ask on, and then also include legislative priorities in that, and then to ask for feedback on safety? That's the proposal on the table right now. Raise your hand if that is what you want to discuss in January. Okay,
I
is
don't
that?
feel like I can vote on that until I know how the Friday conversation goes.
Well, I think from my point of view, having the Friday conversation would come then after maybe administration does their thing. Do they want to make major changes? Do they not? They bring it back to the board. We make whatever discussions we need to have on that. And maybe even so far as, here's the new proposal, now let's go to LEAC. Because if it's just complaints like, this is why I don't like it, this is why I don't like it, well, they already know our numbers, and we already know that it doesn't work for some, and it does for others. So I'd rather go to them with solutions on that. And that might take until February or March.
Okay, is everyone okay with that? All right, do you want to pick a date, and then we need 3 board members? And do we want to split up secondary and elementary? Does anyone know whose turn it is as far as board member wise? Who hasn't been to the last 2?
I haven't been.
Were you the one that?
I don't know if I'm the one or not, but.
I have been at the last 2.
And Daryl's volunteering to go to the next one. No, you can't do that.
Yes, you can. Oh, Daryl?
One of
I
us.
thought that was Nikki.
Not it, no.
Does anyone, do either of you guys remember when you were last at the YAC?
The last time I was there was the extra mile pay meeting with you and Jen.
And was that was the last one of last year? Okay, so we're,
The last one of last year was, I think there was one before that.
The summer.
Because I was at the summer one.
I think it'd be valuable to have somebody who's really good with understanding the legislative process and someone who's really good at understanding like the roles and responsibilities. And someone who's really good at explaining that. I'm really good at holding a microphone.
He's a good MC. You know that.
Well, I'm not good at talking,
Tracy.
but I can hold the mic.
look, I'm gonna figure out who's been to which LEACs, and we'll figure out who's gonna be at this next one
Okay, can we set a date?
down the road. Yeah, when in January do you wanna do it?
We usually do them on Thursdays.
When is the end of quarter?
What about Thursday?
I don't know the answer to when the end of the quarter is. Does anyone know what end of the quarter?
The 18th, no, that's the great transmittal day, this 14th.
So I know that's a stressful time, so I would do it after.
What about,
Thursday, the 27th of January.
that's fine, 20 or 27th is fine, but
Thursdays eliminate me. But that's fine.
Oh, need you there.
well, okay.
So if I'm not going, Thursday's fine, but if I'm
Okay.
going, it needs to not be on a Thursday.
Do you want to tentatively say January 27th? Okay, that'll be tentative also.
Well, are you gonna do two different ones, or are you doing one?
What do you guys want to do?
I think the request was Fridays, but if this is an information
Do
presentation,
one.
I don't think we need to separate by level.
I agree.
So we could do it on the 26th or 27th, depending on who's going.
Okay,
Pencil both in.
okay, good idea. Okay, thank you. And thank you for all the good work you did at that meeting. We appreciate that. Okay, we are to board member, committee, and superintendent reports and comments. Where do we start? Mr. Young, do you have anything to report on?
No, I shared with the board some of the report on GIAC, so, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Dunford?
Nope, as a representative of facilities, we have the next special business item. That's our major issue.
Okay, Ms. Richards?
I think I've reported on everything that we've been involved with.
Okay, Ms. Atwood?
I don't have anything to report, thank you.
Ms. George?
Nothing from me.
And Mr. Robinson?
Nope.
All right, I have a couple. Oh, and then don't let me forget this time to go to Dr. Godfrey, but I will, let me get mine here. From Utah School Boards Association. I've mentioned this before, the Master Board Award. If you are working on that, need to have that completed by December 1. USBA is placing an emphasis on training board members. They're wanting to show, the public and particularly our legislators that board members are trained and they do know what they're talking about. And they put together a website in which they're going to list the districts that are board certified. And to be board certified, that means the majority of the board completes their Master Board Award. And that includes the superintendent and the BA also.
And didn't it also say we're supposed to submit as a group? Did I read that right? If they're doing like the monthly award, if you do the challenge.
Oh, there is like a challenge out there.
I just wondered if we should be doing this on our own or doing that as a board.
That's a good question. I have not actually
What
followed
gives,
the challenge very closely.
what gives them the prerogative to certify boards?
There are associations.
There are association.
So,
By choice,
by,
not by law.
No.
We choose to have a membership there. We're not necessarily choosing them as a superior advisory group.
No. But it's members of school boards all across the state that have actually put together the training
I think that's.
and decided on the training material.
I think that's a significant overreach to say that they get to certify what boards are trained and which ones are not. That's the tail wagging the dog, and I think that's.
And it is the role of an association to provide training for their members. That's one of their primary missions, is to provide training.
But we're gonna tell the legislators who are and are not trained.
Are certified.
I think that's
Through-
the issue.
Right.
We're
True.
gonna squeal on you if you don't follow our training. I think that's the stretch.
And there's a difference between, these are the districts that have completed the USBE training versus these are the certified boards that are quote-unquote trained. I think those are very different. What if this board chose to do training in some other fashion? And then they get to declare that we're trained or not trained?
No, they are just declaring who has completed USBA training. That is what they are declaring. And you're right, if we want to train through some other organization, and we can put up our own website, that's what we have done.
I mean, if the Utah State Board of Education came out and said, that's one thing, but
Okay, so there we are. USBA is an association that we do belong to. They do provide training, and they are encouraging all of us to complete their training. And so if that is something right now we're doing on our own, we haven't decided to go through that training as a board. Not a bad idea maybe to consider in the future. But for now, if you want to work on the Master Board Award, I will tell you, it is something that our board is doing most of
Anyway.
what is in the Master Board Award anyway. There's a few additional trainings you would need to take, but the time would be minimal because we're doing a lot of it as a board already. Let me know if you have any questions on that, or if you need to send me.
Do that once.
It's every year, so there's different levels. So like your first year, you'll do one level, and the next year you can do another level. I think there's 4 levels that you can do.
And they just give us a certificate or something? What do we,
Yeah,
you can put like letters behind our name or anything?
no, the January conference, you get a
We don't need
certificate.
any more than that.
They have to call you a Jedi Master after
Yeah.
that.
Okay, the other thing from USBA, just to mark on your calendar, February 22nd this year is going to be USBA Day on the Hill. February 22nd.
Okay.
And it's actually combined with District Day on the Hill this year. It used to be 2 separate days. USBA would go up, and then District Day, where we had our schools up there, was a different day. Now it's going to be the same day. So you can go up and see our schools up there.
Also a board meeting day.
February 22nd, yeah.
I don't know what's involved with that.
It's just oh, thank you for asking.
Sorry.
It is an invitation for just all board members across the state. So the JLC, the Joint Legislative Committee, meets once a week during the session to take positions on bills. And USBA down the Hill invites everyone, board members all across the state, to just come up to the Capitol, meet with your legislators. There's usually a keynote speaker. USBA will talk about what they're working on and what their priorities are.
So all day,
Yes.
pretty much.
Yes, we meet with legislators
think I may be there with the school I work for.
And
I
then
don't know if I can do both.
What day is it again? February?
February 22nd. And then the last thing I just wanted to bring up, typically every fall, board members have gone out to city council meetings and asked to be on their agenda, shared our ongoing building plan, and just had an opportunity to just get in front of our city councils. Is that something the board is interested in doing? Continuing to do?
Yes.
I would, and I would be in favor also of being a little bit more aggressive in inviting them into our board meeting, like we've done that with a couple cities. And I think, I was talking to Harriman's city manager, and he came from a city that had regular scheduled meetings with their city council and our boards, and it was a great idea. And, I just think our cities have so much on their plate because of growth issues and all of that, and we've had so much on our plate, especially with the pandemic, that we've drifted apart a little bit from where we were when we had the interlocal agreement. And I just don't want to see where we got before we go there again. So I would love to create something where we're regular talking to our board there, and where we're going to their meetings. I know sometimes they don't come to ours, but.
But they even suggested if we did it twice a year, once at their location and once here, they would be interested in that.
With board members is what you're talking about.
And they would like the full board, not just like a few. That was the proposal they laid out.
What if we pitch that to our government relations committee to discuss?
I like that.
Okay. Back to getting on the agenda for city councils, is everyone in favor of continuing that process? Is that something that?
Facilities committee will provide you with a hotspot map and a properties map.
That would be great.
So-
What information are we gonna present to them?
So
That's the thing.
I would love to be able to have you, I want to facilitate you walking in there saying, here's where we see the hot spots of growth, here's where we own property. If there's a discrepancy, we need to get together.
And in the past, that's what we've taken them as the ongoing building plan. And that listed the properties, it listed the projects that we have currently, schools we've currently built or are building. The other thing that we've gone in there in the past with too is the summer projects, to let them know what summer projects are going on in their city. And give facilities provide that information.
We will provide that information.
It might even be helpful to have one person from the facilities come. I know you geographically divided it, so whoever lives in the area and then someone from facilities or something like that would be, I think would be beneficial. Because that's the major topic, I think, is how are we gonna help you with the growth? Other things would be good to discuss is things like upcoming boundary changes or something like that.
Is that something we can have you coordinate possibly through our new community relations, community outreach person? I forgot the official title.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could set something up on each of the city's agendas and get the board members there. Okay, is everyone okay with that?
Helpful, actually, that would be really helpful.
Right, love to do it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got. Superintendent.
I just wanted to mention that Jordan School District was ranked in the top 20 by Forbes among the best employers in the state of Utah. Number 17. We'll keep working to go up.
We were 16 last year.
I know we were 12 2 years ago, and last year we actually dropped.
I'd really like to emphasize that we're top 20 at this point.
We made the list.
And we will be ascending.
Are
What's
there
nice-
any other school districts on the top 20 list?
You know, I'd like to emphasize that we are top 20, or perhaps I'd like to withdraw this item entirely. Costco's number one, and I understand that when you get to see the deals before everyone else, and you know, you may get a free hot dog or two, that's very difficult to beat. But in terms of moving up among the top 20, we're going to go ahead and make sure we keep
Sounds good.
on the ascent.
I like it.
See, that's what we need. Spin it positive. Well done.
Hey, it's a lot better than not being in the top 20, right?
Yes.
All right.
Anything else?
Absolutely not, no, all set. Thank you so much, thank you so much.
That was the positive note at the end of the meeting.
I would say through COVIDious times, to still be top 20 is pretty awesome.
There's a new term.
I'm just happy that.
Are we above Chick-fil-A? That's my question.
Not in my book. Chick-fil-A is pretty awesome. Chick-fil-A is pretty awesome.
We were going to start saying it's my pleasure on a regular basis now. Everyone work on it.
My pleasure.
Obviously, we're a very competitive board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are on to our special business item. We have a recommendation to approve proposed amendment to the Olympia Master Development Agreement. Mr. Dunford.
As you know from our previous study session, we have put this on a special business item out of a courtesy towards the parties involved. It was the board's recommendation that it come up today, so this is simply putting it, this will make it official. This will be taking action by the board to approve the master development agreement. So we simply, this is something we've discussed. You've had access to this information. We're now making it available for public comment and action, official action for the board.
Okay, we need to start with a motion.
I will move that we approve the Olympia Development Master Development Agreement.
Second.
There's actually two documents that we need to approve.
I move that we approve both documents that we need to approve.
Second.
Mr. Vancombe, would you like to clarify? Give us the exact wording.
No, that works. I had sent you an email that you could read, but
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Paul. Okay, I'm being derelict in my duties. I totally forgot.
You said I'm being Daryl.
That hurt.
On the special business item, I move to approve the master development agreement for Olympia between Harriman City, the Last Holdout LLC, Olympia Land LLC, and the Jordan School District. I also move that we approve amendment number 2 to the master development agreement for Olympia Hills between Salt Lake County, the Last Holdout LLC, Olympia Land LLC, and the Jordan School District.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Young. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I had some concerns about it, but I was able to reach out to them and I feel confidence and my questions have been answered. I'll support it.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion from the board?
Do we have any public input?
Maybe one other thing too is Harriman did officially annex Olympia Hills into their city last week, so.
Thank you.
So that's the done deal.
Okay, and just for our public, we had a master development agreement with the county. But now we need to switch that and have it with the city.
Because they're no longer the county.
And I would also like to point out and thank the facilities committee because they did a lot of work on this development agreement to get us some terms that are beneficial to our district. So appreciate that. Okay, seeing no public input, we will go to action. All in favor of the motion to approve
motion as stated by Mr. Dunn.
Yes, thank you. All in favor of approving the motion to approve the two things as stated by Mr. Dunford, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We will go ahead and sign that master development agreement. We also have a consent agenda item tonight, an amendment to the land trust plan for Terra Linda Elementary. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda item, which is an amendment to the land trust plan for Terra Linda Elementary School.
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Dunford and second by Ms. Richards to approve the consent agenda item. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I've read over it and feel very good about it. They've gone through the proper channels, they've sought out the AOS, they've received the signatures that they needed. I think this is a great amendment to their plan.
Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. That is the end of our study session. Thank you to all of those who have joined us tonight and those that are online. I will now take a motion to go into closed session.
Or
For character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations. Sorry about
I'll
that.
second that.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session for character and competence, property, potential litigation, and negotiations. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
At 8:43.
Thank you.
Impressive. What's that? 8:43.
And